Hello, welcome to another stream. How about that? Welcome. Hello, Mr. Botka, Guduk, Yatanasov, Arguel, Sasa Lala, 23-bit 69 stream. Hello. Welcome, Hertz and Plots. Hello, Theodore Com. Welcome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Gina, Yedia, Shigeman. Hello. Welcome. So today is Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, right? Hello, Mana Soy Me. I hope I pronounced your nickname correctly. Hello. And we have a raid from Kebab Skull, 45 raiders. Hello, raiders. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hello. So, yeah, today is Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken, and that means today, according to the schedule, we continue to develop. This is not how I issue a command. We continue to develop our virtual machine in C if bot will actually show up. So bot fine, show the message. So you can find the source code of the project that we'll be developing here. So we're developing a virtual machine in C. We're developing virtual machine in C, and the virtual machine has its own bytecode, right? And for that bytecode, we also do have assembly. So yesterday we were refactoring primarily the debugger for the virtual machine. I'm quite happy with the debugging and with the refactoring. And I sent my changes to Nico to actually review them and make sure that I didn't do any major fucky-wucky. And I heard from Nico that everything seems to be okay. He also added a bunch of his changes on top of mine. So yeah, today I'm gonna review his changes and hopefully we'll finally merge this entire stuff. So alrighty. So let's take a look. So BM and so reset debugger and reload program. So yeah, that's a pretty big pull request. So let me take a look at some of the Nico's changes. Fix memory leak. So oh yeah, I see. So meaning that basically return will skip arenas. Well, it depends on the definition of memory leak, right? So if we define something that is detected by Valgrind as a memory leak, well, then yes, it is a memory leak, but it very much depends on the definition. Yeah, so I understand what you're trying to do here, so I don't argue with that. So yeah, sure. So there are definitely several definitions of the memory leak. Actually, the notion of a memory leak, not all people realize that, but the notion of a memory leak is more of a philosophical notion, right? Rather, so you can actually argue about what is a memory leak for ages. And yeah, so, and Valgrind has a very specific definition of memory leak, and sometimes I personally don't agree with that, but it's fine for the current situation. It's fine for the current situation. Yeah, it's like memory leak is a very philosophical notion, believe it or not. So reset breakpoint broken if it's already broken. Okay, that makes sense to me. Add to do. Oh yeah, I knew about that for a long time, and I had this thought at the back of my head to actually create an issue for that. Yeah, thank you for adding that to do. So fix. It's my changes. Okay, so license notice. Oh, okay. Get rid of the BDB exit hack. Oh yeah, I really like this idea, by the way. So essentially, instead of like using libc exit, we have our own exit, which also frees all of the arenas as well. So this is actually quite cool. Yeah, so at any point, if you want to just exit, you just exit through that function and make sure that Valgrind is going to be happy. So the only reason why we want to clean the arenas in like at the end of the execution always is because that makes Valgrind a little bit more readable, right? So yeah, because it will just emit this, supposed memory leaks. Alright, and yeah, so far so good. The continuous integration seems to be happy, and yeah, let me fetch the latest changes and I'm gonna actually create the issues for all of that. Thank you so much for the review. Okay, git branch, git fetch. I think I need to fetch your thing. This is not kind of, yeah, you have to do fetch. I'm sorry. Looks good to me. And git merge her hots and plots 88. Cool. I'm gonna do build just in case. I might as well run tests because I don't know. Like, we don't have tests that test debugger, unfortunately. That would be kind of cool. Some integration tests that actually start the debugger and maybe issue some commands into the debugger and just see what are the outputs of the commands. That would be kind of interesting, I think. But it pretty much depends on the program itself and stuff like that. And also, if you change any of the messages, it can fail. But we can implement like a similar system to record, right? So basically, yeah, since you don't use anything like read line, we can basically have an input file with the commands, an output file, what is expected as an output from the debugger, right? And then just record the behavior of the debugger, right? Record the behavior of the debugger and then compare the outputs. So it could be one, like another way of doing that. I will think about it. I don't know. So it could be slightly different. It could be more integrated into the debugger. So maybe the tests would actually create an instance of the BDB state, right? And then, you know, issue some of the BDB functions and observe the BDB state, how it changes and whatnot. So that could be another way of doing that, but it may not cover like everything that we have in a debugger. So yeah, it's kind of interesting. All right, so what I want to do, I want to do actually a snitch report, report prepend body introduced in 175. There we go. So BDB should be take information from that. Okay, BDB should be able to break on boson expressions. Okay, okay, and we only have 3 of them. That's nice. So git push hots and plots 88. So I'm gonna push it right into your repo. So all of these additional commits. And we need to wait until the end of the continuous integration and we can continue the development. We're gonna continue the development. Before I start the development, I wanted to do something with my Emacs setup because Emacs is unusable for editing bm.h file, and bm.h file is not even that big. As a matter of fact, Emacs is unusable on files essentially that have like several thousand lines of code, specifically for C files, and the reason is a CMod, right? So Emacs by itself, I can even show you. So it's actually pretty easy to show. Look, this is not what I wanted. I wanted to focus Emacs. I'm scrolling the window, right, and it's stuck. And only when I stop scrolling, it's actually jumps somewhere. That's how slow it is. But you may say, okay, Emacs is slow, so that's expected, right? No, you turn off the CMod. There we go. So the problem is not with Emacs. Emacs can handle several thousand lines of code. As a matter of fact, it can handle huge files. I remember like opening like megabytes of logs in Emacs and searching in there and replacing something, and it was blazingly fast. So the problem is not with Emacs per se, the problem is with CMod. CMod is trash, straight up. So, and this is why I at some point created something like simp CMod, which stands for simple CMod. But to be fair, like I don't really need even that. I don't even need even that. So I went even further and I created something called Nothingsmod, which essentially doesn't have any highlighting except for preprocessor, string literals, and comments. So, and I think I want to stick with that mode for a while, and I need to update my setup so it can use that for all of the C files. So all of that is located in SimC mode, so nothing's mode. I'm gonna, yeah, the size of this mode is literally 24 lines of code. And if I evaluate that and then I turn it on, yeah, so this is how it looks like. And it's still fast, look at that. It has highlighting, it's fucking fast. The problem I have here is indentation. So one of the cool features of C mode is that it can indent on the fly correctly. Right, it can indent on the fly correctly, and I kind of miss that. So on what I was thinking, maybe I can integrate Emacs with external tool, which I can just call from Emacs and reformat the current like buffer and whatnot. So yeah, and this is also what I want to set up. Have you worked with imaginary numbers in C? No, I haven't worked them in C, but I worked them in other languages, but specifically in C, I never work with them. And yeah, by the way, Nico, you're right. I want to use A style. So some may think that I want to use Clang format. Unfortunately, I had a very bad experience with Clang format, and I don't particularly like it. But I found a pretty interesting tool called A style. Artistic style, which is specifically designed for C-like programming languages. It's a pretty old tool. It's older than Clang format, I'm pretty sure, and it's available on all of the platforms that I know, even Windows. So we can probably try to use that. I already have it installed in here. Right, and you run it. It basically reads from the standard input. It expects something from you, so you can provide some sort of program, return. Right, and then end, and as you can see, it formatted it for you. You can even format it with different styles. For example, I don't particularly like this style. I rather prefer K and R, right? And then I copy paste this piece of code in here, and there you go. It used K and R to actually format everything. So you see, it's quite easy to use from the terminal, and it's super easy to integrate in editors. So in editor, the only thing I need to do, I need to grab the content of the buffer, run external command, and use the buffer content as the input, then take the output and paste it back. So that's the difficulty of the integration. So, and this is what I want to do before I continue developing virtual machines. So yeah, cool. Looks good to me. Thank you so much for the contribution and the review. There we go. Cool. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Let's merge this pull request. Finally, the pull request has been officially merged. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn fucking amazing. Why is it so hard to just code an editor? I don't know! Like, I don't know. Do I have to do everything myself, including making my own editor? Like, I don't even need that many features from the C mode. I need basic indentation and basic highlighting. Like, how hard could it be? Apparently, it's extremely hard. Hello, Pacman Mati. Welcome to the stream. Hello. Clang format is pain to configure properly for C. Oh, I'm not alone who had a hard time with Clang format. It's interesting because everyone is suggesting Clang format. I try to use Clang format and properly set it up on different platforms across different operating systems and whatnot. And it's such a fucking pain in the ass, considering that it also changes its behavior between different versions. And if you have different versions on different machines, you can go fuck yourself. Like, holy fuck. And I feel like a complete fucking boomer who is lazy and don't want to read documentation and just likes to stick to the old ways, and all of the kids are using Clang. It doesn't work for me. I'm really glad to hear that I'm not the only one who just have a like bad time with Clang format. I don't know. So it's just really difficult to use, in my opinion. Alright, so I'm gonna try to use A style for a while. I don't know if A style, by the way, is better than Clang format. Alright, I don't know if it's better because I haven't used it as much as I use Clang format. If you don't use one of hard-coded styles, you need to write fucking 100 lines of config. Yeah. Alright, so let's see how it goes. So I think we already merged everything. And yeah, let me go to the master. So did I fetch the stuff? Did I fetch? I think I already merged everything and fetched everything. So first thing I want to do maybe is extract nothing's mode to a separate repo from simpcmod. I think that sounds like a good idea, but I need to change my title because I'm not doing like programming languages C right now. I'm just setting up my editor. Configuring Emacs to program to code in C. Vimers out read. All right, so that's a good title, I think. That's a good title. All right, and let's go. So here's a nothing mods. It's pretty straightforward. simpcmod doesn't really have anything special. Nothing's mode. This is not how we create a separate folder, apparently. Nothing's mode. Cool. And I'm gonna just move this entire thing here. So here is a nothing's mode. Did I set Vimers? No, I didn't set it. Okay, you're debating me. So I need to set up the license. And it's gonna be MIT, of course. So I'm gonna just set them MIT. And do I need to add architecture.md? Let's actually add architecture.md. Architecture.md. Okay, so how do I write architecture.md? So file nothing's mode. Let's actually put it this way. Contains the implementation of the mode. The mode has one variable. One function, and one definition of the mode itself. Okay. It also depends on subx. I don't know what that is. Help wanted maybe? Question mark? Hope this helps. Okay. So is that a good architecture.md? Perfect, cool. Nice, and let's put a readme there. Colon D, something like XD would be better, I think. Let's be serious. I mean, it's a serious open source project, okay? All right, so what do we have? Nothing's mode. So basically, the reason why it's called Nothings is because it was inspired by the highlighting Nothings the creator of STB is using in his Visual Studio, right? So here's him, here's his account. And yeah, he has a very specific configuration of the Visual Studio that he uses on Windows. and he also streams on Twitch sometimes. So you can find him here, but he rarely streams on Twitch, like very rarely. It happens once in a while. And I think you can find his explanation on his highlighting stuff. I think it's Nothings 2, excuse me, it's, yeah, forget about that one, it's Nothings 2. Nothings was so good, they made Nothings 2. Yeah, this is Nothings 2. Yeah. Boom. So this stream. Do you use such an prefer human factors? Okay, so yeah, I think that's the video where he explains. Yeah. So people ask why I use Visual Studio 6 and why my syntax highlighting is so minimal. Right, and he explains the reasoning behind that really well. I really liked it. Inspired by VC6 setup of let's actually refer to him nothings like this, and I'm gonna also refer to this video specifically, and we're gonna refer to his GitHub account, https git link. Okay, so just a second, so here's the link. I really like this idea. Russians will understand me. That's a pretty good idea. Alright, so because it's literally like this is a valid Russian word written in Cyrillic. Seriously, because like Russian Cyrillic, yeah, it means sound. Russian Cyrillic like has a letter that looks like 3. Yeah, and this is like a valid Cyrillic pretty much. So that's really funny, I think. And I'm just looking at, like, since I'm Russian, right, so I'm looking at it and my brain just goes crazy, like, what the fuck, yeah, this is an actual word. Okay, so, yeah. Quick start. So the quick start is gonna be something like console, hold on, Emacs, nothings mode.l, and then you do mx eval buffer, and then mx nothings mode. So we're gonna put it like this actually. Alright, so this is a quick start, and that's pretty much it. So here is a nothings mode. By the way, I think I need to, so this joke doesn't make any sense without any context. I also want to add the context. Architecture MD. It thinks like it's a domain. Okay, so I'm gonna put it like this. Inspired by this thing. Yeah, cool. So let's do git init. Alright. And I'm gonna create that on my personal account, like, because I'm not sure if I wanna put it on a Sodding organization. New repository. So it's gonna be nothings mode. So here's the thing, I want to say inspired by setup of nothings, but I don't want to tag him because I'm pretty sure it's gonna actually ping him. Like, I don't want to ping him. So... Will it ping him? Okay, does anyone have a GitHub account available right now? Okay, so here's an... maybe Nico or Kolumbetka? I have. Okay, so... Anaboth, do you have a... Is your account Anaboth? I presume it's your account. Okay, so are you pinged? Both. Okay, so I just want to check if that actually pings people. Right. Okay. Cool. It's not. God damn it. So I'm not sure if you logged in because it requires notifications. All right. Okay. So let's actually do a committee. We'll probably have to bring somebody more active on GitHub. Already set. Well, I mean, you don't have to. I just don't want to, waste your time. All right. So add origin. Just gonna do it like this. Did it actually push anything? Okay, it pushed. And it actually renders everything, and that's pretty cool. But the question is, does it actually ping people? HackerCD, I mean, yes. Alright, so here's where it's available, so you can find it here. And let me copy-paste this entire stuff to my local Emacs sheet. So I have a Bosom model here, and I'm also going to copy-paste Nothing's model. After that, Emacs, boom. C, do I have a C mode? It did not ping you. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So now I should be able to quite easily just use this in the description, hopefully. Thank you. You're the best in the bot. Thank you. Right, so inspired by setup of okay, cool. 7 changes. Nice. Jiang, hello, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Cheers, by the way. So we're trying to credit a person on GitHub without pinging them. So yeah. Let's see. No, because this is not a standard GitHub syntax. For the README, I had to do something special actually. Right. If you just do @ somebody in the README, it's not gonna work. So what I did here instead, I actually wrapped it in Markdown syntax for links. Yeah, so that has a very low probability of actually pinging them. I think, probably. We'll see. So now I want to set the Nothing's mode as the default thing. So Bosom mode, for Bosom mode we just do that. And I'm gonna simply require Nothing's mode. And for example, add to list. How do you add to list for a specific... I forgot how to... Yeah, this is how we do that. You auto mode a list. I see. So first of all, I probably want to remove that. See toggle comments. So I'm gonna just take that. Nothing's mode. And here it is. For H, anything another is this. For H or C, use Nothing's mode. There we go. That should work, hopefully. think. So let's open Emacs, and I'm gonna go to... It didn't work. Nice. I'm so happy. Fail to provide feature. Oh yeah, I forgot that if you create a mode, right? If you create a mode, you have to provide it as a feature, whatever that's supposed to mean. You have to do something like provide nothing's mode, and I have no idea what that is. It's just it requires it for some reason. So let me see. Announce that feature is a feature of the current Emacs. The optional argument subfeatures should be list of symbols listing particular subfeatures supported in this version of feature. This shit doesn't explain me anything. What is a feature? Thank you, Evans. And what's interesting is that this is not a Lisp function, it is implemented in C code. So yeah. Oh, by the way, this is how you define functions like Emacs Lisp functions in C. Right, so C has a macro called defun, and you can then write like in C. And you can refer to different Lisp objects via Lisp object arguments, and you can do some things, you can check whether it's null or something. So yeah, just announcing, don't mind me. Nothing mod is a feature of the current Emacs, yeah. Alright, so let me see. Okay, cool. Now I'm gonna restart Emacs one more time, and I'm gonna do srcbm.h. Please don't fail, please, 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 please. And wrong number of arguments to ensure. Okay, debug init then. Debug init. So I'm literally debugging my Emacs config. So that's what I'm doing. And it's not really helping me. Add to list. Could you just tell me where it failed? Alright, so I think I kind of understand where it failed and why. Sure. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Why is it so hard? I just want to text editor. I just want to text editor. So add to list. Is this how you add that? A mod a list. So, and what did it say? Is that why it failed? No, this is not why it failed. No, it's... Ah, okay, I'm an idiot. I see, I see. So, one more time. So that should work now, please. Please work. It didn't work. Nice. It didn't work at all. So, alright. It's very cool. Probably because it didn't properly match the regular expression. When I get demotivated, my brain slowly stops working. Seriously, that's why I'm having trouble actually speaking, because I have these problems that I don't understand why they're happening, and I just get demotivated and it just brain slows down. Yes, it just doesn't work. Like, I cannot force it to work. I have no idea why. There's no way for me to easily troubleshoot that. Right? It's just pain in the ass all the time. Is this because it doesn't capture everything correctly? It could be because of that. So let's actually see if just H will trigger that mode. Let's see if just H triggers that mode. I don't know. Maybe it does, maybe it does not. This is not what I wanted. This is not what I wanted, please. And it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. Well, it did work. Oh shit, it did work. Nice, 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 nice. Yesu, Yesu. But if I do like or C, you know what I mean? So I think the way I have to deal with that is probably something like this. You see? Let me try. Let me try that one more time. And yeah, it's a simple C mod. Cool. Everything's okay. Now let's actually fix everything. So in nothings, right, I forgot to change this thing. Nothings. And also we need to provide, announce the feature, nothing's mode. There we go. So let's do a committee. And then maybe even a pushy. Fix the title of the mode, right? Provide the mode as the feature of Emacs, whatever that supposed to mean. Okay, and let's push that right into the repo. Right into the repo. That's what I want to say. Cool. So now every time I open C files, let me try to do with that with the C file. There's the C file, so this is simpc. But I also need to fix that in my local version of the copy because I don't have nothing's mod available on Melpa. So it is what it is, and it isn't what it isn't. So I'm gonna reevaluate this entire stuff, revert this entire thing, and there we go. So here's the thing. Cool. Now, indentation doesn't work properly at all, and it's kind of difficult for me to live without my indentation, right? I kind of want to have indentation. So, but luckily Emacs has a pretty cool function called shell command on region. Shell command on region, you see? So essentially, if I write something like this, right, and return 0, then I select all of that, I can try to do shell command on region, and then I say use a style on that region. And okay, it actually called a style, but it didn't actually replace anything. As far as I know, you have to add a prefix to the shell command region and then do a style. And only then it will replace it, it will try to replace it. And that was interesting. Okay, one more time. A style, and I think the style that I want to provide in here is probably something like KNR, because that's what I use here. And it doesn't work at all. Nice. I'm super happy about all of that. So, let me see. Why is this like that? Emacs was hungry. What do you mean? So maybe because it has to like have something else in here as well. I said delete. Also, let me enable nothing's mode. Indent only spaces, maybe. Shell command on region. Oh yeah. Oh, it worked. So it just didn't have enough information. Okay, that's pretty cool. What if I try to do that with a style KNR, and it uses KNR? That's pretty pogue. That's pretty pogue. Alright, so let's actually try to create a function that calls that for us. So shell command on region. So it accepts start and end of the region, command, and optional output buffer. So specifies where to put the command's output. Can I put null there? If the value is buffer or buffer name, erase the buffer and insert the output there. And non-null value, don't prevent the any other. I think I'm gonna put it as null, and replace means that it's gonna be replaced. Okay, so let me see. So I'm gonna go to the Scratch and I'm gonna create something like a style buffer, right? And it's gonna be interactive function. So and essentially, I'm gonna use shell command on region, and the beginning of the region. So we need to select the whole buffer. As far as I know, to select the whole buffer, we have functions point min and point max. Point min points at the beginning of the buffer, and point max points at the end of the buffer. Right. So after that, we have to provide the command. The command, as we know, is a style. style KNR, right? And so the next one was the output buffer, and the next one was replace, so replace has to be true. Alright, so now we have this function, now we have this beautiful function, and now I can start typing something like switch t case 69 printf hello, right, and then break, and then put it like that, and then I can say a style buffer, and it works. Okay, so but it actually didn't save the position of the point. It didn't really save the position of the point. So as far as I know, to save the position of the point, you have to use point function, right? So let's actually quickly save that. You need to save excursion thing. Oh yeah, I think you have to do save excursion. Like this. Okay. Alright, so let's go to the TMP one more time. I'm gonna add more case for 20, blah blah blah, print f, whatever, just gonna write absolute fucking garbage. Don't mind me, just writing absolute fucking garbage. And it didn't work. Did I forget to do that? It doesn't work. Okay, so fuck that. Let's do a very dumb and simple thing. Saved point, right? And it's gonna be just point, and after the shell we're gonna do, I think it's go to char if I remember correctly. So I haven't programmed in Emacs, but I kind of remember some of the functions from there. And now if I do a style, it actually preserves that. So if we directly save this entire thing, it does preserve the style and whatnot. So I also can quickly add this entire thing, and it also aligns everything. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So that's how you can easily integrate a style with Emacs, right? Because Emacs can just call external commands and then embed their output into the current buffer. It's pretty convenient, I'm not gonna lie. So it basically replaces the output. So what else do I want to do? I want to do like a global binding. And the question is, how do I do a global binding? Can I have something indenting region? So indenting region. So I already have a very interesting function. So control, maybe meta sq. I think that's what it was. Indent buffer. So I just need to come up with a good key for that, and the most logical one would be something like yeah, something like that. Format. So meta q, right? So we have something like meta q. And fill paragraph. Is it possible to customize fill paragraph and just replace it with something else? If fill is new, return. Okay, so there's a fill paragraph function, mod specific function to fill a paragraph, or nil if there's none. If the function returns nil, then fill paragraph does not does its normal work. So it would be kind of cool to use MQ to do this entire stuff, but I'm not quite sure. Fill paragraph function. Right. So this thing sounds like a variable. Yeah, it is a variable, and it's initially nil. What does it have to be? What does it have to be? What is its its signature? Okay, so we can just set this function somewhere here. So set q fill paragraph function, and just set a style buffer. Alright, so, and then it didn't work. Yes, because it's a local to it's local to a mode, right? It's local to a mode. So that means I probably have to set it. Yeah. Set local, set variable, fill paragraph. And I cannot do that. That's really sad. That's really sad. Maybe I can do Control Q. Control Q doesn't seem to be doing anything, so maybe I'm gonna take that one. So Control Q, quoted insert. Ah, it's a quoted insert. It's actually kind of useful. Okay. Not defining the executing macro. Can't you just rebind the key? I don't want to rebind the standard keys. Because the standard keys could be something useful that I can get used to at some point. So... okay, so A style... it's not that. That's kind of strange. Okay, so I need to Google something. Emacs fill paragraph function example. So because I'm not sure how to use this thing. Next margin. All right. Fill paragraph function. All right. How do you set it up? Please show an example. Like, I don't care about explanations. Just show example. No. Just show example. Just stop. Just show example. So fill adapt. Okay, fill paragraph function. Oh, I'm so tired. Okay. Emacs custom fill paragraph. I'm just... Look, it's so difficult to come up with a new combination of keys in Emacs. Holy shit. Like, it's just... it drives me nuts. Okay. Wait a second. Maybe we can... does any of the existing modes have a fill paragraph thing? Okay. EmacsD... Ada mode definitely. Maybe Nim mode? I'm losing my patience, to be fair, with this shit. Paragraph. Okay, so you do set local. On Nim common init and... Okay, I think I know what we need to do here. So in... Okay. Add hook, nothing's mode hook, nothing's mode hook, and in here I need to do a lambda. I think this is like, it doesn't highlight it for some reason. So why don't you highlight a lambda? This is Lisp, Emacs Lisp mode? Huh. Oh yeah, lambda? Am I crazy? Do I not have to... Okay, that's really strange, I'm gonna just assume that. So, and now... I'm gonna put interactive just in case. And in here I need to set Q local, fill paragraph function is gonna be a style buffer. Yes, it's gonna be a style buffer. I'm just gonna put it like that. Cool. So let me see. And it didn't work because attempted to send non-symbol. Oh, because you already have a set queue, so you don't need to actually, yeah, you need to do that. That makes sense, sure. Now I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna set the nothings mode, and hopefully if I take a look at the fill paragraph function, oh my god. Are you gonna, okay, so whatever. I'm gonna do it like that. And it didn't work. Yes, beautiful. Wrong number of arguments. T interactive saved point. So I have no idea why it didn't try to do anything. It's just really strange. What I want from this oh, because it accepts, yeah, it probably have to accept something. Okay, so let's take a look at new mode and see what kind of shit it accepts. Fill paragraph function. Yeah, fill paragraph, it's actually nym fill paragraph, and it's not defined here, it's defined in one of these files. Yeah, modes over several files. Yeah, that's a nice idea. That was an epic idea. Thank you very much, developers of nym mode. I have no idea where it's defined. Compilation mode, please, compilation. So define, so it has to have like an optional justify parameter. Okay, so that makes sense to me. So optional justify, so I have to reevaluate that. I'm gonna reevaluate that just in case, and now I'm gonna restart nothings mode, and if I try to do something like this, holy shit, finally it works. I hate this editor. Holy fuck, waste of human time. So now I can probably do some things. I can start programming like that. So, and just set things like that, pf whatever, and then I can do that, and it automatically does everything. That's actually pretty cool. So it automatically does everything, and I don't have to worry about that. If it goes something like, yeah, f, it's also like, it's only for a paragraph and whatnot, and it's kind of, yeah, so should be okay. So, and this is basically the piece of code that we need for all of that. This is the piece of code that we need, and unfortunately it applies to the whole file, which is kind of bad, I suppose, and it's gonna bite me in the ass in the future. It's definitely gonna bite me in the ass in the future, right? Okay, so here's the A style, and so yeah, we don't need to set this thing here, so we're only gonna set it on the nothings mode. Alright, so that looks cool to me, and I can now exit Emacs. I'm exiting Emacs, and now I can just start doing things, right? So this is nothings mode, and let's just write a hello world, a simple hello world, and see how it goes. Right, so it's gonna be something like this. Yeah, I can, yeah, at any point I can just do that. Maybe I don't even have to worry about that. Just print f hello world, right? And I don't know, argc, sure, argv, argc equal 5 and whatnot. So far so good. I really like that. It just automatically indents everything. It's cool. It's cool. Let's try all of that with big files, right? So we're gonna go to the big file. The size of our file is 2000 lines of code, And for example, if I try to do something, if I try to reformat everything, it actually reformatted the whole file. So because the whole file is not written in the KNR style, so it reformatted everything. So this is the whole formatting now. Yeah, and this is probably something that we'll have to commit first before I'm gonna start using everything. But now at least at any point I can try to do a switch on something, then case. Right, so 16 break, right, and then I can split everything like that, right, so I can do everything like that, it reformats everything. That's actually pretty cool, I really like that. Cool. But yeah. So I want to apply this style, KNR style, to the whole source code base, to the whole code base of the virtual machine, and then set up continuous integration that checks that nothing deviates from that specific style. So I don't remember if I have an issue for that in VM, so but I'm gonna create it without an issue, and then later I'm gonna actually close it if I find it, of course. All right. Cool. Everything seems to be okay. Does anyone have any questions? First, I'm gonna make a cup of tea. So I'm gonna prepare the cup of tea. Then I'm gonna go on a break, and after the break, we're gonna start setting up the CI. So yeah, I think the time has come to change the title. Why not just use Vim? Why not just use Emacs? Emacs enforcing code style in my projects. There we go. Yes, I'm using French press for making tea. Sue me. Wait, I didn't bring any actual tea. What the fuck? Just a second, chat. What's the goal of configuring Emacs? Is there something that annoyed you? Did you just join the stream? Yes. Does anyone have any other questions? Long story short, Emacs is garbage and I have to spend... Yeah, the same you can say with Vim, by the way. But in my case, Vim works, so does it work? Yeah, sure. Cool. Does anyone have any other questions before I go to the, you know, to the break? How would you access the element path double pointer array? Just to reference it twice. All right, let's make a small break. So yeah, so this one is been 2. Yeah, I think 2 minutes should be all right. It's kind of funny that, like, I don't tell people what to use, and people tell me all the time what to use. It's kind of weird. All right, let's make a small break, and you guys have fun. Yo, what's up? Okay, let's start with setting up the style. So I'm gonna literally call it a style. Does it mean a lack of style? Like a style? Maybe. What we're gonna do here? So I think we're gonna do that on the level of a no build file, right? Because we can call external commands from no build. And that's pretty cool in my opinion. So first thing we can try to format. Oh shit, and by the way, the formatting does understand the macro formatting. That's actually super cool. But not really. Because it did this thing, and it's not really KNR way of doing things. But it's not like I have any choice anyway. But at least I didn't try to format like this situation, right? Which I kind of appreciate, so I think it's totally fine. So what we're gonna introduce here, we're gonna introduce a function for formatting. Let's call it FMT. So this is a very simple function that does FMT. Right. So my tea is ready. I'm gonna quickly go to the kitchen and pour myself a cup of water, and we're gonna continue. All right, what's up? I don't think it's about ifs and fors. I think A style got confused because it didn't reformat this thing. Right, so for example, if I try to do something like this, it actually restored it. You see? It actually restored it. So I think it has something to do with me using a macro here. I think it got confused here. So, and I'm not 100% sure what, like, why. And all right. So yeah. But the style that I use KNR style and A style buffer. If you take a look at the A style buffer, right? So it's defined here. I pass style KNR, and the style KNR implies that you have no next line after ifs and fors and so on and so forth. So this is exactly what I did here, actually. Now, so I want to have a FMT function, a FMT subcommand for no build, which essentially should iterate through all of the files in a source folder. So we have a source folder, and for all of these files we have to use we have to call a style. So let's quickly do that. For each file in directory, so this is going to be a file, and directory is src. And I think that's everything that this function yeah, it's everything that it takes. Yeah, so maybe I don't have to do that. So printf, maybe I have to do something like cmd. Yeah, it's crazy sometimes. Oh shit, I actually have to maybe... Yeah, I'll have to rethink some of the things with the with this reformatting function. We'll see. So a style style KNR. So, and then we have to set it up like that. So src folder. Actually, it has to be path. When you concatenate the path, you have to use this macro, src with file, and when you use path, it actually makes it cross-platform. It uses platform-specific separators and whatnot. And I wonder what a style does. Does it replace the file? So let's take a look. A style replace. Okay. Multi-language is a source file formatter. Not really sure how to do that, but anyway. So let's do the following thing. Const char file path is going to be this sort of path, right? And it actually jumps a lot. I'm not really happy about that, but there's nothing much I can do about it anyway. So file path, and we can do something like info formatting as file path, right? So that's basically the sub command that we can have here, and it looks okay, I would say. So maybe I want to also change the style of the subcommands in here. I think it thinks you want to create struct since it's like macro looking like function thing. Is it possible to create buffer, reformat it, and get text from it? I don't understand the context of your question. What exactly are you asking? You asking a question about Emacs, or you asking a question about CI that I'm setting up? I don't understand the context. What do you want? Because right now I'm not doing anything about Emacs. I'm setting up the CI. So what buffer? Are you talking about Emacs buffer? What? Why? What? Only selected text. Well, this is the question you should have asked in the first place. Why can't you just reformat only selected text? Cool, that's a good question. Yes, if you want to ask that, just ask that. We could do that, but I'm too lazy. You know, I can actually do something like this. So just select something, right, and reformat only that specific thing. But that requires for me to identify from which place to which place I want to format things, select that thing, and, well, to be fair, isn't that what exactly I do all the time? Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. Let's actually quickly do that. So essentially, to achieve that, we have to accept start and end, and we're gonna use start and end instead of point max and stuff like that. So also for the interactive thing, we'll have to use, I think, region start. I forgot how it's called. Point. Okay. So Emacs Lisp get a region. Region points. The markup markers region beginning, region end. Okay, so I think this is how we do that. Region beginning. Begin. Why are you not suggesting me things? Yes, beginning, region, end. Why are you not suggesting me these functions? Thank you, Emacs. Very cool. All right, and since it accepts this stuff, you know what? I want to get rid of this thing. So in that case, I can just reformat everything myself, I guess. So let's revert the buffer, and I didn't actually save everything, should have saved. Okay, so now I can do the following thing, where I can just a style, and it reformats it. Isn't it cool? But now let's imagine, what if I select it like that, and it formats it like that, because it doesn't have any context. That's why I reformat the whole buffer, because you need the context. Okay, revert the buffer. Okay. So I want to change the logic of this stuff a little bit. So we're gonna split the building of the tool chain and the building of the examples into separate commands, so to speak. I think that would make sense. All right. So we already have build tool chain, right? So we have a build tool chain. All right, that's cool. Then build examples, build x86-64 examples. That makes sense. You can run the test, you can record the test, you can do formatting. And another thing I would like to have is to check FMT, but I'm not sure how to implement that yet. So we'll have to do something like assert to do check FMT is not implemented. Right, and there we go. I really like how fast Emacs is right now. It just makes it a whole lot easier. So now, if you try to do no build, it's not going to do anything. You will have to do no build, which is actually kind of funny. All right, so you have a build tool that is called no build, and to build something you have to do no build. Yes, marketing works great because that forces people to point that out and see, yeah. So it's kind of interesting. Like, have you noticed that quite often marketing people give things very stupid names, like very obviously dumb names, and you know that they do that intentionally, right? Because people start talking about dumb names, saying, oh look, these marketing people are so dumb. But that's exactly what marketing people want you to do, right? Because you're already talking about their product. They already won. You do realize as soon as you start talking about the product, marketing people won, no matter what it is. Even if it's dumb, they want them, they want you to think they're dumb. They want it because that makes you talk about it. You see, that's how it works. Once you start pointing out, oh look, these marketing people are dumb, they won. They literally won. Yeah, so they basically debated you into talking about it. And more people talk about it, the product, like, the better they do their job. Serverless. And I lost to marketing people more than anyone, to be fair, because I constantly talk about how stupid marketing is. But anyway, so build a tool chain, and then we want to have something like build examples. It's gonna be stream, no build examples. You can build these things like separately, build examples. Then you can run the tests, you can capture the current tests. And another thing we can try to do is to format everything, right? No build FMT, format the source code. So you just have to call this thing once before committing or anything. And we're gonna introduce another command here, format check, right? Format check. Format check, and it's gonna be what? It's gonna be what? Oh, by the way, God damn it, Hemikovi, I'm really sorry. I wanted to explain why I was configuring Emacs after I go back from my break. I forgot. So, okay, here's the thing. Why I was configuring my Emacs. So, the... now I feel like an asshole. Holy shit. Because C mode is really trashy, right? So, and it doesn't work with big files, right? It doesn't work with big files. So, for example, if I use C mode, I already demonstrated that multiple times, but here you go, one more time. So I'm just scrolling, and this is the reaction of Emacs. it's incapable of handling, like it just hangs because it constantly reparses things and so on and so forth. So I'm trying to get rid of the C mode completely and introduced like a very minimalistic mode, which is extremely fast, right? It doesn't reparse shit and anything, but now I miss a pretty good like interactive reformatting, right? And what I did, I basically created my function, my own function that calls to external formatter, sends the whole text to that formatter and pastes it back. So I can just edit with my very minimalistic mode and reformat the whole file at any point. Does it make sense? And I'm using A-style because I had bad experience with Clang format, so I like have bad associations with the Clang format. So I'm trying to experiment with other formatting tools that not everyone uses. Does it make sense? Yeah. Cheers, bye. So it's basically shaving yak all over again. Shaving yak all over again. By the way, and on top of that, people quite often suggest, like when I explain my problems with Emacs and then I show what kind of solutions I come up with, people quite often tell me to just switch an editor. But in my opinion, the switch the editor question is very lazy and narrow-sighted, because that specific problem is just one specific problem. It's just one specific problem. And it's super easy to just say switch an editor in that specific, very narrow context. But what you don't do, you don't take into account the whole context. Like, my entire workflow with Emacs and what kind of other purposes I use Emacs for and what kind of other languages I program in Emacs. You don't take that into account at all. You dismiss that completely and you look at very specific instance and you just say switch an editor. So that's why I never listen to these kind of suggestions, and if that looks rude, I really apologize for it, but that's a very narrow-sighted and very lazy response to the problems that I explained with Emacs. Because you completely dismiss the fact that there's probably more than that to what I use in Emacs, right? You completely fucking dismiss that, and you just, being ignorant and just suggest to switch an editor. Thank you, that's very helpful. People might not know that you do taxes. I don't do taxes in Emacs, and I don't edit images in Emacs, and I don't send emails from my Emacs. I don't do any of this stuff in Emacs. And to be fair, I personally believe that Emacs is not that good at these kind of things. Just change profession, yeah. Exactly. It's pretty much the same kind of answer. Just change profession. I've never used Emacs before, too scared. And I would suggest you to not ever try it, to be fair. Yeah, if you never used Emacs, I do not recommend to use this editor. I do not recommend this editor to anyone unless you already use it. Right, unless you already use it, you're probably already stuck with it, and I do understand you, and I'm really sorry for you. And I'm really sorry for myself as well. Yeah. But if you never used Emacs, just don't even start. Or just pick something else. Seriously, it's trust me, I've been using this editor for more than 10 years. I know what I'm talking about. So, yeah. Alright, let's continue. I liked Atom before VS Code existed. I tried Atom once. Compared to Visual Studio Code, it felt very slow. And I do think Visual Studio Code is slow, but Atom is slower than Visual Studio Code. It's really strange. And when I say Visual Studio Code, I mean the stroke response, right? So when I press a single stroke, response from that keystroke is actually very slow. It's painfully slow, and when you start typing very fast, this slowness like accumulates and it creates like very like sluggish experience compared to Vim or Emacs. Yeah, and that's why I don't particularly like it, even though Visual Studio Code has all of these beautiful features and all of these beautiful extensions. This small like millisecond responsiveness is actually very crucial for my workflow. And this is one of the reasons why I got rid of the C mode, because it was introducing this lagginess to me. Alrighty, so we have that. I have FMT check. Maybe it's kind of, I don't like that. It's just check formatting of the source code. Okay, so the thing I want to do, I want to actually be able to so when I build examples, I want to do remove build examples, and I wonder how remove does it even work. So does remove take well, yeah, it's probably it probably accepts the path. Probably accepts the path. Alright, so and when we build in toolchain, the first thing I want to do, I want to remove this toolchain. For those who doesn't know what I'm doing here right now, I'm writing a build tool in C. Right, this is like a build script, but this build script is written in C, and I'm basically using my experiment project called NoBuild, which basically enables you with writing build recipes in C. Right now it doesn't really have that many features. Right now it's as powerful as Bash. So it's basically like Bash but in C. But the main idea here is that you should not need anything but a C compiler to build a C project. No make, no CMake, no shell, no CMD, no PowerShell, only C compiler. Right, so the idea is that if you just have a C compiler, you don't need any other dependencies. All of these dependencies can be bootstrapped from just C compiler. So the only thing you have to do, you just need to bootstrap the build system with a single compiler call, and then that build system will build everything for you. So that's the idea. I'm not sure how good of that idea is, right? And the reason why I'm implementing this entire idea is because I want to see if it's good or not, right? That's how I know whether the idea is good or not. I just implement it and see. If I see shit, that means it's not a good idea. So far, it's okay. It's not perfect, but I still see like ways to improve that. That's how it's supposed to be, probably. And on top of that, there's a lot of new programming languages that employ this idea, where like Jai or Zig or maybe something else, I don't know, these are languages off the top of my head, where you just use the languages to describe the build of the whole project, right? You build the project in the same language as you program it. So, and that's what I'm trying to implement here. Alrighty, so let's continue. So we also have subcommands and whatnot. And what I'm trying to achieve here is, yeah, I want to remove everything. I want to actually remove everything from here. Shake for Haskell? Shake is like a similar idea for Haskell? I think I heard something about it. A build system like make but more accurate? No, that means it's a different thing. If it's trying to make a make, it's a completely different thing. Alternative? No. What's interesting is that I'm not making an alternative to make. No, it's a completely different philosophy. At least what that's what I see from the description. So it's not the same thing. It's a completely different thing. Skip problem. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here, I'm gonna actually iterate through all of the arguments. It's not make alternative, it's make killer. Isn't make already dead, pretty much? I mean, it's probably not. But it's buried at the bottom of the abstractions of the build tools. By the way, have you noticed how many layers of abstractions there are in build tools? Right. So we have make, you have scripts that generate make, you have scripts that generate those scripts that generate make, and so on and so forth. And there's like layers upon layers of these generators. Holy shit. And what's interesting is that each individual layer is its own separate tool. It's its own separate tool that existed at some point, and then people thought, oh, this tool sucks, let's create our own tool. But instead of creating like a completely separate tool, they just created a generator on top of that build tool. And this amount of like this lasagna of build tools just keeps growing. Like, and it's basically happening to all of the languages, and each individual language has its own lasagna of build tools. Like, every time you come to a new language, you see this fucking build tool lasagna. Like, why the fuck people do that? It's just so horrible. And build tool lasagna, yes. That's what it is. And this is one of the reasons why I want to have something like no build, because it's just a C compiler, right? So you don't have anything but a C compiler, you just build that and just build everything else. Anyways, what do we have? So I'm gonna do a subcommand shift argc argv, and then we're gonna do a switch if subcommand, I think it's your cmp subcommand, what do we have? It has to be a build. It has to be a build equal to 0. That means we're gonna just run the build. So build toolchain, I think that's just a build toolchain. That's cool. What's interesting is that I want to be able to also save not only position of the point, but the location of the window. So there is a thing called point. Do you know about build 2? No, I don't know about anything about build 2. C++ build toolchain is an open source code platform builder that aims to approximate. So far I see it's a completely different thing. Okay, here's the thing. If your build tool has a pre-compiled executable that you need to have to build your project, that's already a completely different idea. That's completely different idea. The idea is that this build tool is a single header file. And it's always going to be a single header file. You don't need to have any pre-compiled executables or anything. All you need is C++ compiler. Okay, but how is it reflected in the examples? I don't understand. Like, how is that? It's really, if it is true, that means it's very badly communicated. Like, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? Okay, in my case, look, the first example that you see instantly, you build the tool and then you use the tool. I communicate that very loud and very clearly. They don't communicate that very loud and very clearly, and that's why I make all of these assumptions. Like, where's the no? No, I don't see that, I'm sorry. And I close the tab and I continue doing my thing. So, yeah. It's a package manager. It's a package manager. So I'm pretty sure maybe they try to do a similar thing, but they just don't communicate that well. And I just don't want to spend my time on reading about it if it's not communicated well. Package manager, yeah. Alright. Else if strcmp subcommand and it's gonna be examples. If I want to build examples, I'm gonna do it like that, and it's just build examples. So okay, Emacs Lisp position of the scroll. Vertical scroll. Oh, there's a window point. That's pretty cool. Window point. Return the current view of point and... Oh, holy shit, that's cool. Can I quickly do that? So, saved point... saved window point, and it's gonna be window point, and after that we can probably set window point, saved window point. Okay, so now can I this is very strange. Set window point incorrect 1. Huh. That's very strange. So eval expression set window point 69. Wrong. Okay. Ah, it takes the win. Okay. A current window? Can you just use the current window? Do we have something like current window? Okay. Set window point. Emacs current window. Emacs Lisp. Buffers and windows. Get buffer window. Okay, so maybe that's what I have to do. Get buffer window. Okay. So, and also this function, what does it accept? Probably introduce. Alright. So, and it's gonna be get buffer window. Cool. Okay, I think it works. Well, this one is interesting, but okay. Alright, cool. So the next one is gonna be what? Test, right? Hello, the Pi1, welcome to the stream. strcmp sub command, and it's gonna be test 0, right? And I think it's just run tests. Yeah, run tests. And then strcmp sub commands record. It's gonna be record tests. Otherwise, if it's strcmp sub, I forgot to change my avatar. Yeah, because I actually shaved my head relatively recently, I guess, relatively a couple of maybe 3 months ago, and I'm just too lazy. So FMT. Yeah, I'm really conscious about not having hair, and that's why I just have everything out. That's exactly the reason. Ah. Okay, so check FMT is going to be 0, and it's going to be check FMT, I think. Right. And what is the other thing? Help. So yeah, basically we just have these subcommands. Subcommand help should just print the usage, and when we're printing the usage, We just print help. Print help to std out. Cool. And otherwise, we can print something like fprintf std error. S is not a valid subcommand. Right. So first of all, we probably want to print usage on standard error because of that. Right. And then we want to print an error. So we want to print an error, and then we want to exit with 1. There we go. So instantly exit with 1. So furthermore, if argc equal to 0 right away, we might as well just print a help. Always print help to std out. Or maybe to std error, and just exit with 1 to indicate that you're like using this thing incorrectly. Apart from that, yeah, I think that's a good build tool. I think that printing not a valid command first would be better. Yeah, it's true. Let me see. First I want to check if it's gonna work. Alright, so what do we got? Assert false. Do we have anything else? Shift and initialized. Yeah, that's true. strcmp. Okay. Usage. It has to be print help. Alright, cool. Seems to be compiling. And if I try to run it, yeah. So print help. So let's actually also print an error. I think it would make sense. No commands were provided. No commands were provided. Yep. And the thing I have to do, I have to build everything first. Alright, so just doing build builds the toolchain. If you want to also build examples, you do build example. Right, and example-c. Example-c. And if you want to do tests, you also can do tests. Why not? And then you also run the tests. And at any point, yeah, of course, you can just do something like record if you want to re-record the current behavior, and there we go. So I think separating this into like specific steps is a little bit better. Okay, A9 said actually pretty important thing. I think we should first check if we don't have any unknown commands, and then actually interpret them. So I think it's a pretty good point. So let's quickly do that. So I think we need to have some sort of a function like boolean is valid command, then const char command name, right? It's command name, and right now it's not implemented, right? So is valid command not implemented. Okay, go. And essentially, I think I'm gonna do it like this: I less than argc. It's gonna be like this. Programmation. Is everything okay? Is everything okay? So what we do if argv is not a valid command, we just crash saying that bruh, this is not a valid command. So what we can do here actually, I think I can just do panic, but I'm not sure. Print help std error, then fprintf std error. Might as well copy paste. Yeah, I can just copy paste it here. Just put it like that. All right. So print help. Right. I think after that it would make sense to do a subcommand as argv I and replace this entire thing with just that. There we go. And we still do a double check of this entire stuff, just in case. But yeah, so we check if we have any valid commands up front. And we also need to implement that. You know what? I think the time has come to introduce the system of subcommands, right? Where we have a structure command, right, that has a name and a run function, right? So it's going to be void run, and I guess right now they don't accept any arguments. But yeah, so then we can do something like command, and of course since it's a C, we have to do it like this, and then we can have commands, and we can define them like this, right? So it's going to be name, build, and this one is going to be just simply build toolchain, so it's just a build toolchain. And then we can have examples, and this can be build examples. Then what else? I can even generate all of this shit. Yeah, that's actually perfect. And that means we also have to have a description. Const char description. There we go. Now we're fucking talking, mate, and it will make it super easy to add more commands in the future. You know what I mean, chat? You know what I mean? Yes, you do know what I mean. All right, so build. So this one is a description, then I can say description, build toolchain. All right, and now it's going to be description, and this one is going to be just run like this. Descriptione, build examples. Build examples, and this one is run. So test description, so we need to actually port all of that. Run the tests, and this is run tests. Yeah, there we go. So I wish it would somehow, you know, align it perfectly, but it doesn't want to align that. So, but I'm okay with that. Next one is a record. Capture this stuff, and let's put it here. Record tests FMT. Source code, so it's gonna be just FMT. Then we're gonna have FMT check. FMT check. What was it? Check FMT, I think. Yeah. Check formatting of the source code and check FMT. There we go. So, and another thing we need to have, we need to also print the help, right? We also need to print the help, but that means we'll need to have a special command for that as well. But that command accepts standard output, which I'm not particularly happy about, but yeah. So let's introduce help. Help. Show this help message, right, and we can say something like help command, right? Help command. So when you print the help, essentially, right, what we need to do here, we need to iterate through all of these things and generate the output. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. To iterate them, right, we need to know the size of this array. So it's gonna be commands, size of commands, size of commands 0. There we go. So, and let's iterate through all of that. It's going to be size t less than commands size plus I. Okay, so this is going to be printf, fprintf stream. No build as, and it's going to be just commands I name. But then we also need to print the description of that command. So I'm going to do it this way: stream. I'm going to pad it a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. And so now commands description. Cool. So that will generate the help. And now, so I'm thinking command help command. So the help command should be defined somewhere here. Help command, and it's going to be just so we need to start like having forward declaration and whatnot, right? Otherwise we won't be able to copy it properly, right? Otherwise we won't be able to copy it. And this one is going to be just print help std out, because it's a special command in here. Yeah. Cool. So we have that, and whether we want to check if something is a valid command, we need to iterate through the list of the commands and check if it's there. Alright, just need to do that. And yeah, let's quickly do that. So 0 commands size plus I. And it's going to be like this: if strcmp command name commands I name not equal 0, that means we found this command is not valid because it's not located in anywhere. Wait. Yeah, if it's located in there, we return true, otherwise we return false. Cool. So if we found it, it's instantly valid. If it's not located in any of the cells of this command, this is an invalid command, and that's exactly what we do here. We check if everything is valid in here, and then, all right, so we take a sub command, if strcmp. Maybe I'm going to introduce an interesting function, like run command by name, and it's also going to accept const char command name. And we're essentially just iterating the same way. And if we found the command, we just run this command. So it's going to be commands I run, then I just return afterwards. And maybe somewhere here we should fail. Something like could not run command S. Such command does not exist. It's a new line, and it's a std error, and commands is going to be command name, and on top of that we can print help to std error, and then we're going to exit with 1. There we go. Run command by name. So essentially what we're doing here, we're iterating through all the commands, checking if they exist up front, and only then we're trying to interpret them. Right, so this is going to be like that, sub command. Run command by name argvi. There we go. Everything seems to be okie dokie karaoke. So let's actually try to do these things. Command, unknown type command. Oh, because it has to be type def. Sure. Anything else? We don't have Boolean. I think I need to start including things in here. Std bool, right? Std bool. Yeah, so it's kind of difficult. So in this particular situations, it's better not to use Boolean then. So this one is going to be true or false. Yeah, and that seemed worked. So now I can do no build, and yeah, so here's the descriptions of this entire command. It's actually kind of unreadable, not gonna lie. I would like them to be formatted like up front, but I want to also like pad them appropriately. You know what I mean? I want to pad them appropriately, but how can I pad them? So one of the things I can do, I can iterate through all of the subcommand names. Examples. Examples. Yeah, examples. Find the longest. By the way, does... Well, it's kind of complicated, I think. So let's actually do it the way I want. So we need to iterate through all of these commands, like we're iterating through all of these commands to calculate the max length. Are you using is valid command somewhere? Yes, in my code. Okay. Longest command. So what I'm doing here is maybe... Let's call it longest is going to be size t, and it's initially going to be 0. And once we're iterating through all of that, I want to do something like size tn, which is strlen commands I name, right? And if name is if that is greater than longest, right? I'm assigning longest to n. Perfect. I'm assigning it to n. So, and based on that, I can pad things around. So also I want to have some sort of like a padding, but I'm not sure how to do that. All right, so I remember there was like an interesting way of doing that. We did that in no build. We did that in no build in tools for hex. Hex. Yeah. So it's something like that, and yeah, I see. So this is going to be our padding. So I also want to pad it with like 3 spaces, and then that, and then I can do longest, which has to be an integer. We might as well replace those size t's, actually these size t's, with integer, and this one could be also integer. So longest is going to be the integer, but then empty, and then so like this, and commands description, commands description. Let's try to rebuild everything. Okay, so if I try to execute this thing, okay, not bad, not good either. So I don't know why it. Yeah. So this is because it has to have a certain So longest minus actual length of the command name. I think that's how we have to deal with that. Now just to see, oh, no build.c, and then just run this entire, there we go. So as you can see, it, formatted it accordingly. It aligned it. We might as well actually try to do something like this. Yeah, there we go. So it basically first calculates the longest, and then it aligns everything according to the longest. yeah, it would be kind of cool if it also wrapped around some of the things, but I think it's too much. Yeah. See, so it does that automatically. If something's gonna be longer, right? If you add more stuff in here, it will be aligned, like it will push all of these things away. So that's basically what I'm trying to do. So in the future, if you add more commands, they're gonna be aligned appropriately, hopefully. Not the best solution, but it's something, I suppose. Alright, so then that. I really like how, like, for example, I wanna move to the move this to the next line, but then I can just reformat everything and it moves it appropriately to the next line as well. Like, yeah, it's kind of cool. So we have this valid command, and now if you have several commands in here, right? So usually we're gonna have a lot of commands, like build, examples, and tests to build everything, rebuild examples, and then test them. And if you provided like unknown command in here, it will not execute anything, and it says is not a valid subcommand, which is weird. Because I never provided the command. Okay, so argv like this. So let's rebuild everything. GCC O no build C. Right, and then I'm gonna do it like that. Yeah, who is not a valid subcommand, but if you don't provide it, yeah, thank you, Ned. That was a good point. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty pogue, I would even say. Then you can even do help if you want. You can even build and then help, right? So first it's gonna build, and then it's gonna print you help. So because that's exactly what you said. So basically it just, you know, iterates through all of these subcommands and just performs the sections for you. Yeah. Does it make sense? I think it makes sense. So it's a better tool. And now we should be able to do a very epic thing. Let's try to reformat everything. How about that? Alright, so no file. Oh, okay, this one is actually a pretty good point. So formatting this thing, I didn't even need to say that formatting something, because it also always echoes each of the commands, and I completely forgot about that, and it's actually a pretty useful feature. FMT function, so I don't need to do that. But here's the thing, I also need to check that this thing is a file, right? This thing is a file. One of the things I can do, essentially, if file ends with C or ends with .h, only then I can do that. Only then I can do that. So yeah, let's do it like this. So let's rebuild everything, and then we're gonna do no build FMT. And it reformatted everything, you see? It's pretty cool. So it also, A-style also says if something was not changed. BME, for example, was styled perfectly. Well, I mean, everything was styled perfectly in here, so. Because I already ran it for some of the things. Okay, that's pretty cool. So now you can just run it in FMT, and it seems to be working. It also stores origin? Why? That's very interesting. That's also pretty cool. That's also pretty cool. So A style. Can I say don't store the origin? Please note that when indenting a specific file, the newly indented file retains the original file name, while copy of the original file is created with suffix rg added to the original name. Okay, that's pretty cool. But can I? Maybe it would be better to just ignore this entire stuff. Yeah, let's just ignore. What was that? Orig. There we go. So because that could be useful, I think it's a pretty good feature, right? So you did a fakiwaki, for example, A style did a fakiwaki, you want to recover it. But on the other hand, we live in an era of version control systems, right? We live in an era of version control systems. So if something does a fakiwaki, it's kind of easy to recover that. I don't know, maybe. Alright, so let me now implement checkfmt. So the question is it possible to run a style in a dry mode? You know what I mean? Meaning that it's not gonna change anything, it's gonna just check if you didn't fuck up the formatting. So let's find out. So we're gonna have a style. A style, documentazione. So do you have something like dry? Call it! 15 years of software development. I know my terminology. The report will be output as usual. Okay. So perform a trial run with no changes made to the file. So yeah, essentially the only difference between those things is we just need to add this additional flag and that's it. No build wet dry. God damn it. Yeah. Checkfmt. I'm gonna literally copy paste this motherflipper. I'm gonna literally copy paste it. And I'm gonna just do it like that. So it's gonna be dry run. Alright. My lips are really dry for beatboxing, unfortunately. Okay. But it didn't format them. Oh shit, that was actually kind of useless. It was just a dry run. Now I want it to fail if it's not formatted. Is it possible to errors to std out? Okay, so exit code. Check. Verify. Validate. There's no way to make it, you know, quit with non-zero exit code. That's really sad. Specify the file option, project, ASCII, std out. Formatted files display mode. Errors to std out. Ignore, exclude errors. Yep. A style exit code. So maybe there's something on the internet. Could you beautify a style? That's really sad. That's really sad. I almost feel like I want to read the source code of a style to find out whether it supports it or not. Basic options. So there's also options. Because its documentation is kind of difficult to see if it supports it or not. Oh my god, are you serious? Are you fucking serious, mate? Contribute to a style. It's not that difficult. But the problem is that by the time the updated version will come to all of the places, it's gonna be too late, I think. I'm gonna be switching from it anyway. Alright, so what do we have here? Alright, and tar fvx. Yeah, I might as well actually do it like that, sure. So a style uses CMake, but well, I mean it's alright. It's a pretty small program, look at that. That's actually pretty cool. Nothing's mode. Okay. So where's the main? Main function mean. Get argv options, process options. So process options. So they have console. And console seems to be, there's a localizer and some other stuff. Dry run. Is dry run. Is verbose squares formatted only. Okay, so I might as well look for is dry run. So if this is a dry run, we just this is actually pretty good code. Look at that shit. All right. If files are identical, stream. All right. So essentially, if we're gonna introduce validate, right? If you want to introduce validate, we can just add a condition here. If files are not identical, right? So we can say we can just exit with one. That's the whole change I want to make, right? Something like if is validate only and files are not identical. Yeah, just do something like print mcg. Files are if file has changed, write the new one. Yeah, something like that. File is not formatted correctly. Something like that. A display name. This is what I want to have. I'm not sure if we have that. That would be kind of cool. And where would we have such variables? So let me quickly do this thing. Right, so dry run. So this is where we define them. Right, and then here I can say it's just false. And for the dry run, yeah, dry run is option dry run. Date only. Console set date only to true. And I wonder if I have to create such thing. Is right set. Let me quickly just grab it out. Yeah, I do have to create it. Really? I have to create too many additional things just to set. God fucking damn it! Just set the field. Oh my god. Goddamn OP people, I swear to god. Fucking setters and getters all over the place. My ass. And it doesn't do anything. Okay. Is validate only. Okay. Sure. For fuck's sake. Good code, not OOP enough. And setters and getters are not even OOP thing in the first place. So. Alright, so how do you build this shit now? Build. So it has this stuff, so cbclang. So it has. What is CBP? Code blocks! Holy shit, okay. So let's create something like cmake build. All right, so let's configure this entire thing, and let's just make it. It's building apparently. S formatter, S enhancer, S beautifier, S localizer. Why does it take so much time to build these things? Alright, so main should fail now. Okay, it's... Wait, did it first try this motherfucker? Wait a fucking second. I cannot believe that. I fucking first tried it. I literally first tried this shit. God fucking damn it. Am I God Cooder? Am I get cooler? I think yeah. Alright, so here's the A style with my shit in it, I think. But the only thing, like, it lacks some sort of documentation. So let me see, it's gonna be grep rn, dry run. And I think I need to at least document this entire stuff. Yeah, I think I have to do it like that. Dry run, validate only. Check if the file is formatted without changing it. I think like exit 1 was a pretty bad idea. I think exit was a pretty bad idea because in A style you can have a sequence of files, and failing on the single file is probably a bad idea. But maybe that's exactly what you want to do anyway, so yeah. I don't know. So VLC make A style help validate only. Yeah, so here's my option that I just added. So, and by the way, chat, I just grabbed the source code of a project that I've never seen in my entire life, and I just added an option there. And now look, I didn't need an architecture.md. Well, you can argue that this is a very small project, and I do agree with you. So this is a pretty small project. Anyway, bye bye, both. See you around. So how big is it? Clock. Let's see. How about that? So 14,000 lines of code, and I just grabbed it and I just added an option there. Maybe the problem is not in the lack of architecture.md. Maybe you just need to get good. It's relatively big, I guess. Yep, clock. I'm not sure if it even works properly, but I found all of the places where I need to make the change. And on top of that, the code is pretty readable. It's okay, I'd say. Sort of okay. Now, right, the thing I can do, probably, I can try to... Oh yeah, it's incorrect. It's incorrect, because if it's not different, it will modify the file. Yeah, so let's actually do the thing. Grep rn is validate only. Let me find. So if it's validate only, yeah, we probably want to move it somewhere. Is formatted only. Formatted only is just basically print. I see. I think I need to make a cup of tea, chat. So, how are everyone doing? Does anyone have any questions about what we're doing, maybe? Does anyone have any questions? Line ends mixed. Format file. Doesn't dry run? No, it doesn't exit with non-zero exit code. Why do we need to use a style? We don't. Does anyone have any other questions? Yeah, it's kind of strange that dry run, well, yeah, dry run just basically tells you which files will be modified without modifying them, but it won't fail if, you know, some of the files are not modified. Yeah, but only stupid ones about Emacs, lol. Kind of strange. To be fair, personally, I don't find Emacs interesting enough to have any questions about it. To me, it's a very boring and shitty editor. It's like, why would anyone be interested in it? So, it's just... Alright. So, I prepared my tea, so let's make a cup of... let's make a small break. So SB 3 minutes and yisu kawai desu soon. Alright, let's make a small break. You guys have fun. All right. Where's the music? Okay, here's the music. Files are not identical. Okay, I think this is what I want. Is if validate only and files not again. Okay. Oh yeah, my tea is ready. Just a second. I'm gonna pour a cup of tea and I'm gonna be back. Alright, so I am finally back. Not sure if it's particularly useful, but we'll see how it goes. Alright, so if I have main.c, right, I just have main.c, std, then main, so this is a void, and then it's gonna be printf, hello world, right, something like this. Here is the file, and then I'm gonna call build a style, actually build cmake, cmake build, sure, a style knr on main.c. It will be unchanged, and then I'm gonna say validate only. Alright, so now if I change this style a little bit like this, it and then run validate only, not formatted, and it exited with one exit code. And did it modify anything? I think it didn't modify the file. Yeah. So this is basically the feature that I want. This is essentially the feature that I want. Will I get it? I'm not sure, because even the IA style project feels a little bit dead. It's like I don't know, man. Maybe it does have this functionality, but it's kind of difficult to tell if it actually does. This makes me a little bit sad. So here's the main. Do we use any returns? So yeah, there's just a single return. You always return exit success. Within that thing, I want to check if we use exit anywhere. Exit function. So there is. Okay, there is one case when we do exit failure. So exit 1 is mine. So I edit myself. What about this one? Error exit with a message. Okay, this one is interesting. So has terminated. Alright, so let's actually rename this thing. Error. We actually have several errors here apparently. Okay, that makes sense. So we probably want to do something like rather why and what. Rather why and what. So let's try to rebuild that stuff. And let's just rebuild this make. So let's see where it fails. Cannot open file. Cannot allocate memory to open file. Cannot read file. Cannot allocate memory. Cannot find file. Yeah. So this tool is incapable of actually doing that at all. Yeah, it's incapable of doing that. So yeah. Ah, this is so sad. Holy shit. I have an idea, maybe. So I'm pretty sure git diff has this functionality. You know what I mean? It has this functionality where, yeah. Where it exits if diff is actually non-zero or something. I don't remember. Git diff exit code. Make the cover exit with code similar to diff. That is, it exits with 1 if there were differences and yeah. So we can use that. Essentially on CI, I'm going to do exit code already found. Thank you so much. On CI, I'm gonna do no build FMT without a check, and then I'm gonna do git diff exit code, and yeah, so that's how we're gonna achieve that, I think. So that means we need to get rid of the check FMT. Yeah, we need to get rid of check FMT. So it's gonna be GCC O, no build C, and we need to remove that, and there we go. So that's how easy it is to add or remove things. I think that's pretty cool. Alright, so here's that, and here is my tool, and now I need to go to GitHub CI and do some stuff in here. So what we do here is build examples test, and I think that's it. Maybe on top of that we can do just something like FMT. Yeah, FMT, and after that we can just do git diff. To be fair, like doing FMT on all of the platforms is kind of overkill. Plus you will have to install it on all these platforms. I think we're not going to do that. I heard that you can have several workflow files, so maybe that's exactly what we're going to have here. But apart from that, but for now I'm going to just keep it like this. So this is going to be that, this is going to be that, and this is going to be build examples test. Okay, nice. So I know that Chatirina uses separate workflow file. It uses separate workflow file for formatting. So I'm gonna steal some ideas from Chatirina. So .github. So workflows. Yes. So it has a separate YAML file. Check formatting. Yeah. So name, check formatting, and just do a job. And this is what we can do here. Okay. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and do that. So formatting YAML. So it's gonna be name, check formatting. Check formatting. So maybe what's the original CI? On push and pull request. That makes sense to me. On push and pull request, and then we're gonna have a job where we install third-party dependencies and stuff like that. So I'm gonna just install a style. Hopefully it's available on Ubuntu. And essentially what I do, I need to name build no build. I don't want to do that, so it's gonna be just run where cco no build C, no build fmt, and then git diff exit code. So that's basically what I'm trying to do here. Cool. Yes. Zapati dependencies, I think it's dependencies, yes. Compile no build, maybe. Do I want to separate these things? Bootstrap building tool. Validate formatting, and it's gonna be just run. Thank you, Emacs. Very cool. You're so helpful. I like how it tries to put a new line after I put it here, and this is literally what I don't want to do right now. Like, why are you even trying to be smart? Like you obviously fail to understand what the fuck I want from you. And this is one of the reasons why I just prefer like a simple mode. They always just fail to do this smart thing. Alright. Okay. So what do we got? Yeah. Okay, so we did a lot of things. Prepare for introduce a style. Restructure. Refactor subcommand system in nobuild.c. Introduce nobuild fmt subcommand. Check style, check formatting on CI, and yeah, let's actually push that right into the repo and create a pull request. Hopefully, oh my god, GitHub is getting slower and slower. Come on, why are you so slow? Like, what the hell? I'm clicking the link. It's not reacting. Holy shit, it's so bad. Okay, introduce so check for matting on CI. That's what we did here. Okay, let's see how it goes. And I wonder if it will pick up the formatting thing. It doesn't seem to be picking it up. I don't see it anywhere. Always need to press. It's kind of interesting, yeah. Like it tries to be like a single page application, but I still have to press F5 anyway. What's the point then of being single page for fucking application if you need to refresh it all the time? Like, what's going on in the head of those people? What's the point of being single page application if you're not good at it and I still have to fucking refresh? What's the fucking point? If I need to refresh, just don't be a single page application. And by the way, not single page applications in 2021 are way faster than single page applications because the internet became faster. The frameworks, the single page application frameworks became slower, and it's just fucking faster to just generate on the server and just send it out. Well, I mean, yeah, you can say that if you have a lot of users, it doesn't scale, and with the word scale, people were justifying absolutely horrible technical decisions. So yeah, cool. So we didn't pick up the formatting step. All right. Okay, so that literally didn't work. Nice. Or did it? I don't know. How can you make it work though? So just adding a YAML file is not enough, right? Do I understand correctly that just adding a YAML file is not enough? Oh, did I add the YAML file? I didn't add the YAML file, okay. So add the formatting CI check config. Alright, so that's on me. Because it was in untracked file, so and I like automatically ignored everything that is untracked, and that was like that's why I made this mistake. Website is just a program on a computer that listens to lessons on a port and sends some text. You can make it simpler than that if that doesn't scale. I don't even know anymore. Well, yeah. Going to page without JS feels unreal? What? What? How does it have anything to do with what I just said? You're just saying random words. Alright, so... Okay, let's see. Did I push everything? Did it finish? It didn't do anything, did it? It didn't do anything. Or did... I'm confused. GitHub, did you do anything or did you not? It was actually faster than expected, like... I thought it's gonna take some time to prepare everything. And it didn't do anything. It's so difficult to troubleshoot, by the way. Oh yeah, it failed even! Where did it fail? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, can you tell me where it failed? Okay, thank you. That's... I don't even know, and it says it's... I don't even know anymore. So uses every step uses or run key. Can you tell me like line where exactly? It says line 1. Okay, so there's that. So we have step uses name run name run. Okay, what did I do wrong? And line 17. Okay, so what? I don't understand. What are you trying to tell me? Like, this works without uses. Remove the dash. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Alright. Holy shit. That's a such a fucking useless error. Oh my god, that's so dumb. Fucking hate it. Fix this stupid YAML. Okay. And the fact that it said that build past actually like extra pisses me off. It was just dumb. Okay, at least it starts, it's doing like check formatting or something. Yeah, it's just silently ignoring shit. Okay, so longest actually didn't... Alright, finally. Okay, could you show... Ah! There's such a lag. Are you gonna... Like, it took several seconds to fucking unfold it. Holy shit. Okay, so this is exactly what I want. Yeah, this is perfect. This is actually perfect. Now, if I try to do no build FMT, right? So we reformatted everything, and now, so this is done, by the way, but there's nothing I can do about that anyway, right? Yeah. Fix for matching. I'm gonna push that right in the variable. So now we're just waiting. Now we're just waiting, and hopefully once we fixed the formatting, the build will pass. And that's exactly what I'm hoping to see. Okay, so formatting is nice. So it's already better experience than Clang format. Because the last time I tried Clang format, because of the differences between the versions on my machine and their machine, I spent like several hours fighting with the configuration file. So it's like it was already easier than using Clang format, so which is pretty cool, not gonna lie, but yeah. So we also need to build some stuff, right? So build. And this is build. So I want to update documentation. Right, running examples. So to run examples, you need to do build examples. Right, and there we go. So I also probably need formatting. Document that you need a third-party dependency. So I'm gonna document it here in FMT. So it's gonna be commands, and this is FMT format the source code using a style. And a style, I'm gonna provide the source code. Look, with this thing here. Yeah. So this command, yeah, it's not a good way of documenting it. All right. So build. So here's a tool chain, editor support. Let's introduce a section called development. Development formatting. So the code is expected to be formatted with a style, and we're going to provide the link to the a style project with the following flags. And it's going to be console. A style, style KNR, the style is automatically checked on the CI of the project. Use no build FMT to format all the source code according to the expected style. Make sure a style is available on via path environment variable. Does this documentation make any sense? So the code is expected to be formatted with a style with the following flags. So here's the flags. The style is automatically checked on the CI of the project. Use a no build FMT to format all the source code according to the expected style. Make sure your style is available via path environment variable. Hopefully it makes sense, right? So, and every time like somebody does not comply with the expected style, we can just show them this section, and there we go. Yeah. Maybe, but maybe contribution. Yeah, I suppose. Like, in the spirit of 2021, where we have architecture.md, readme.md, yourmom.md, we probably need to have something like contribution.md. Yes. Especially like yourmom.md. I think that's a yes. That's a perfect file, I think. That's a perfect file. Should I add this file to the project? To be fair, I have to be a little bit careful with this kind of stuff in my pet projects because eventually they will become part of my CV. So I don't really want to meme too hard on them. So yeah, if you know what I mean. So is it called contribution or contributing.md? Contributing. Contributing.md. I think that's what it's called. To GitHub. So basically, as far as I know, GitHub automatically recognizes contributing.md and shows this file when you try to make a pull request. So that's why I'm trying to get the name of the file right. You see what I mean? So contributed.md and okay, so contribution guidelines. Contributing guidelines, and I'm gonna just move formatting in here, right? Move formatting in here, and we probably wanna amend the title. I think someone could think that bosom will be formatter. Bosom will be formatted. No. Bosom. Let's not actually jump ahead of ourselves. So first I'm gonna just document as it is, and if people will have questions, we can update this documentation. Okay. So throughout my years of experience, I found that it's kind of bad idea to try to predict what people will think. You just post something out there and you look for the reaction, right? If the people will be confused by that, okay, we'll document that. If not, let's just not waste time on that. Okay, so I just documented like this is raw documentation. Nobody's confused. Cool. Yeah. So we're not Oracle to try to predict what people will think. So let's just look at the reaction of people and then clear. So contributing guidelines. Add contributing MD. I'm just gonna push that right over the and let's see how it's gonna go. So that's actually made a lot of changes. Look at that. Yes. But you have to have architecture.md or know how to start working on this project. But do you want to start working on this project? God damn it. Alright. So submit that as an issue, maybe. Well, I mean, but seriously, stop trolling me. It's really difficult for me to lately to deal with that. Alright, so Okay, we're checking the formatting for the pull request and stuff like that. All right, cool. So finally I can merge that. And yeah, so now officially we have formatting in here. So that's pretty cool. All right, I want to make a small break. And after the small break, we're gonna continue doing this thing. Right. Have fun. Hey yo, what's up? Welcome back. So I want to do a little bit of a clean. So I merged everything, right? So let me go to the master and fetch the latest stuff and see what we can do in here. So I'm gonna do git clean fdx. Right. And then gcc o no build.c, and let's just try to rebuild everything. So right now, if you just start no build, it's not gonna do anything. So we have to do build. Wait, what? File control C does not exist. Did I fuck up that badly? That is worrying. So basically it's iterating over garbage, and this is actually kind of scary, not gonna lie. So we'll probably need to troubleshoot that, but it's somewhere inside of the no build. So maybe I'm gonna do that a little bit later. Alright, so we can run that. We can also run build examples. And then we can test them, of course. So that's a little bit bigger than usual. Okay. So let's take a look at the issues that we have. So let me close everything, so all of that is not needed. More cluster to negate integer labels. Compile time sum can only work with integers. Oh yeah, that is true. So compile time sum, but I'm not sure if I want to work on it right now. To get length of the string again. Okay, so this is what I want to work on. This is what I want to work on. I removed it, oops. Oh my god. Let's see what's... So essentially, you can define strings in Boson. I forgot to change the title. Oh my god. I keep forgetting to do this kind of things. I wish I had an assistant or something. So length of the compile time evaluation. I would like to make a title compile time evaluation, but majority of people will just not understand what the fuck I'm talking about. Apparently a lot of people don't know what it is and they're not even interested in this kind of stuff. So a string so let's actually put it this way. Computing length of string. So is that a good... so getting length of a string in... Yeah. So that's literally what I do right now. Is that a good title? Yes. Because every time like I put something like slightly 5-headish to the title, people just fucking leave and never come back. It's just like, it's kind of weird. Your titles have to be dumb and catchy, and this pisses me off actually. And it's just it fucking works. Like, why does it work? Why people are like that? I don't fucking know. So let me see. So this is gonna be bm.h, and what I was doing. So examples, Boson. So as you can see, you can define the string in here, right? You can define the string is here, but there's no way to get the length of the string, right? Because I removed that functionality. So we used to automatically add another binding in here that looks like this. But since we know how to parse expressions, we can actually quite easily introduce something like this. And as you can see, yeah. So we can try to replace it like this. Right. Maybe even like size. I don't know. Yeah, it could be something like size. And so to make that possible, we need to learn how to parse these function calls. So it's not really a function, so it's going to be a built-in function. Right, but we need to be able to introduce the kind of expression which is the function call. And that's what I'm gonna be doing right now. Yes. So yeah, we need to first update the tokenizer. Fourth, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Welcome. How are you doing? We're doing BM. So I'm gonna start with maybe creating like a simple file, main.c. Maybe it would make sense. Yeah, let's do main.c. Just wrote a double exam. What is a double exam? So it's when you have one exam and then another one? Did you pass them? I hope you passed them. 2 exams at once, nice. Oh, simultaneously? Holy shit. Okay. Alright. So we also need to include the SRC VM. You passed them, okay. Congratulations, by the way. implementation, VM implementation, and yeah, let me see. So we need to tokenize. So I'm gonna have some sort of like a source code, right? So this is gonna be source. So it's gonna be source, and it's gonna be length of hello, right? It's gonna be length of hello. Length of hello and strcbm.h. Tokenize. So here's the function that I need to call. So, and the source, yeah, apparently has to be in string view. Let's keep it like, or maybe I'm gonna just do it like this. String view, sv from sister, there we go, here's a string view. And I'm gonna remove that. So also we need to have a place for tokens. It's gonna be like this. Put it like that. File location. Well, I don't really care about file location, so I'm gonna just have a fake file location. Communication networks 2 and databases 2. Nice. Cool. So after tokenizing, we have all of that. So afterwards, I don't know what that was, but that was weird. I want to iterate through all of the tokens in the tokens. The question is tokens. Tokens. So we have elements and we have a count and so on and so forth. So here's the tokens. Here's the count. And okay, so this is what we do here. So printf s tokens elements I, and I need to do something like tokens was it token kind? Yeah, token kind name. So I can take the token kind and just print it on the screen. Okay, so I want to be able to tokenize this kind of stuff. Let's see how it goes. So this is just a main, and I'm gonna do GCC. Well, to be fair, I already have build C file. So I'm just thinking, can I adapt all of that there? Maybe I can. So in the build tool chain, what I'm going to be trying to do, I'm going to try to build C file. The input one is going to be main.c, the output path is going to be just main, and this is how we're going to test all of that. Might as well actually get rid of this particular thing. Alright, so it's going to be GCC no build, .c, and then we can do build. Let's save that. Alright, so what kind of problems do we have? So this is not a function, not a pointer, I mean. Passing argument to incompatible pointer. So expected tokens, but got tokens. Yeah, it has to be several of them, several tokens. Okay. So it seems like it compiled. If I try to run this entire stuff, okay. So a known token starts with this thing, and this is exactly what we want to see because we don't know how to tokenize this kind of shit. We don't know how to tokenize that. All right. So tokenize, and let's see what's gonna happen. So I guess I'm gonna tokenize specifically, like separately, open parent and closed parent. So should be pretty like straightforward to do. Let's do it. So this is gonna be essentially so break tokens push. Oh shit. Huh. Oh fuck. Why is it doing it like that? That's really strange, but okay. Because it didn't do that before, I think. Oh, because I forgot a colon. I forgot a colon. Alright, so it's gonna be tokens, then it's gonna be token, and like this. is gonna be kind, token kind open parent, right? So this is that one, and then we're gonna use text sv chop chop left source 1. There we go. Yeah. So, and for the closed closing closed. So if I'm gonna say closing, should I also say opening? Open pair, close pair. I don't know. I don't speak English, unfortunately. Alright, so and I'll probably have to introduce this kind of stuff. Token kind. So let's introduce them. Closing pattern. And let's see what's gonna happen. And it didn't work out because I also have to introduce that. Open parent. Cool. So there's another switch case in here. Okay, so this is for parse. Yeah, this is when we try to parse things. But apart from that, as you can see, we managed to parse this thing. So this is the original source code, right? And it got tokenized into name, open parent, name, closing parent. So we know how to tokenize function calls. That's pretty cool. But now we need to parse this thing into AST node. So when we are parsing a primary expression, we encounter, for example, something like name, right? Something like name. You know what? We can do something like this. So case token open token kind open parent. Okay, I have a pretty cool title. I have a pretty cool title idea. Recursive descent parsing. So it's pretty 5-hat, but at the same time, a lot of like CS grads know this combination of words, so it will grab their attention. And if we even say something like recursive descent in C, right? So that will force them to join the chat and lecture me about how bad it is to do this kind of stuff and that I should use Yak and Bison, right? And I'm a disgrace of the entire CS community. That's a fucking perfect title, yes. Hello, Ray March. Welcome to this stream. Are you saying that ironically or unironically? I cannot tell already. So, so closing a parent. Totally unironically, I promise. Sure, buddy. Okay. So let's do something like this. Yeah, I'm doing recursive descent. So it's gonna be FL FMT. You see, guys, it's working. It's already working. Yes, perfect. Hi, are you a front-end dev or back-end guy? Well, I think it's a little bit too intimate of a question. Oh, you mean in terms of web development? I'm neither. Like right now, I'm doing a backend for the compiler. That's what. So I'm a backend developer. Yes. So this is a backend for the compiler. All right. So error. A decent parser. I'm new here. What is a decent parser? Do I really have to explain what is recursive descent? I mean, I can if you really need it. So it's difficult for me to actually detect any sort of sarcasm or irony over the text. So if you really need an explanation of what is recursive descent, I can explain it, I guess. So assume memes. Okay. Expected. Oh, okay. So I think I already have this kind of thing. So I just see a huge red text from Outline that starts with hide sodding, and that gives me like literally zero motivation to read it. So like I don't know what you like. Yeah. Oh, I read it. Thank you, Odin. I really appreciate the effort of writing this entire text. Alright. Okay, so expected primary expression but found open parent. Okay, so we do handle this kind of situations. Nice. Cool. And here is an interesting thing. You have a kind name, right? And you instantly assume binding. So, but that means we have to look a little bit ahead. Just to see what's there. Right. So, if tokens elements count, I suppose, like not really elements, but the count, right? So count is we didn't chop it yet, right? Its count is greater than 1, right? And tokens elements 1, I suppose, kind is equal to token kind open parent. We should try to parse the arguments, the function call argument. Otherwise we are trying to do something else. So result becomes this thing, and essentially like this. Nice. So we need to introduce a new kind of expression. So do we have expression kind? Yeah, we have an expression kind. An expression kind that we need to introduce is going to be fun call. Yeah. So then we forward declare fun call. Fun call like this. And then we are introducing it like this. Fun call. So in function call, essentially, is just a structure. Where are we gonna put it? Well, let's put it somewhere here. So it's gonna be struct fun call. And it consists of like what? It consists of a name, string view name, so the name of the function, and fun call arguments. That's it. So we have fun call arguments. What's interesting is that it's kind of difficult to, have fun call arguments as an array. So I think I'm gonna have fun call arguments as a linked list. yeah, it's gonna be a linked list because it will be super easy to append that a linked list as we parse more and more command line arguments, you know what I mean? So yeah, so it's gonna be something like funcall arg, and it's gonna be args, and if it's null, that means there's no command line arguments, right? So not command line arguments, but function call arguments. So, and this thing is gonna be just a structure funcall arg, and it's going to have another expression as a value, so it has an expression as a value, and then it has the pointer to the next. So this is how we're going to do that, and then you'll be able to iterate over that. Question: why did you decide to not have a theme for your code syntax? I do have a theme for my code syntax. You see, the string literals are highlighted differently, and also comments are highlighted differently. Here's the theme. Have you ever participated in a marathon or programming competition? I used to participate in ACM ICPC quite a lot when I was a student. Was never good at it, but I've been on semifinals several times. So does it count? Maybe. Alrighty, so okay, I do have a highlighting. I also highlight, as far as I know, the preprocessor directives. Was in semifinals, he's not good. Yeah, so to be fair, okay, here's the thing. Competitive programming in Russia is a very huge thing. It's extremely huge thing, and this is why Russians were winners of ICM ICPC for many years, actually. So there's like sort of like a cult in Russia about competitive programming. And if you never been in a final of ICM ICPC, in Russia, you're a fucking disgrace to entire competitive programming community. That's pretty much it. So it's basically the bar is very high. So that's why I say that I was never good at it, because it's the high of competitive programming in Russia is fucking huge. So yeah. Might be a stereotypical question, but is computer science as popular in Russia as it seems to be? It seems pretty popular. Primarily because computer science was studied in Russia since Soviet times, actually. So we built up a pretty strong, like, theoretical foundation of computer science, you know, in Russia. That's why it's pretty popular. Alright, so let's continue. So let me try to build this entire thing. So it's probably not going to build first try. So we have a function. Oh yeah, this is because I need to define type defs. How is Russian forums for programming worth learning Russian? Forums? You mean web forums? Do they still exist in 2021? I don't know. Whether Whether it's worth learning Russian for becoming better programmer, I think not, because majority of good Russian programmers, they do speak English, and if they do write blog posts or share any of their knowledge, they usually do that in English, right? So yeah, because they are trying to reach a bigger audience. So, and Russians usually don't write any good programming content in Russian. If Russians want to share something about programming, they will do that in English, because that just basically reaches a bigger audience. And that's basically the reason why I'm speaking English right now, essentially. Hello, Valentin. Yes, I didn't know that it's very hard. Thank you for telling me. Alright, so let me. Well, I mean, so this one is not really needed, right? So because I can just do it like that. So that's gonna compile. So fun call arg. I think I need to do it like that because it's self-referential. Yeah. Okay, so that means I have to forward declare that thing as well. Conflicting types. Oh, this is why you don't want to do it like that then. Okay, so enumeration phone call is not defined. Okay, so now we are, yeah, this is actually quite cool. We are about to write an interpreter for the function call, right? So expression kind, we're looking at an expression kind. Case expression kind fun call, right? So we're looking into that. And the question is, all right, here's the function call. If expression as fun call name sv equal to, let's say, sv from sister len, right, then we can try to evaluate that as the argument. Learning Russian or other language worth it only if you want to live in Russia or have a boyfriend in Russian? Yeah, so I don't think it makes any sense to learn Russian right now, unless you really want to live in Russia. Okay, so here's the len, and now we need to check the amount of arguments. So if fun call arg's length, and we do something like expr as fun call args, so let's introduce something like this: const size actual arity, right? So we have an actual arity, and if the actual arity not equal 3, we're gonna throw an exception. Not really throw an exception, but just throw an error. Right, we're gonna throw an error saying that you know, you did a fucky wacky, maybe even oopsie doopsie. So fl fmt error len expects, actually it's 3. Why did I say 3? 1 expects 1 argument, but got this amount of the arguments, and we can provide them. So the next thing is gonna be fl arg, so here's the location where the error has happened, and the actual arity is it called arity? I think it's called arity. Okay, so arity didn't pass, and nice. So, alright, next thing that is expected. We expect a name of a binding that is associated with a string. Right. So that means we take the first argument, right? So expression as fun call args, and that function call should have an argument. So expression should have a kind, exp kind name. Is it called name? Is it called? It's not called name. What kind of kinds do we have? Well, wait a second. Oh shit, this one is interesting actually, because yeah, it depends on how we're gonna evaluate that, right? It has to be binding. Yes, it has to be just a binding. Okay, if it's not equal binding, we're gonna also throw an error saying that expected binding expects a binding as an argument. Right, that's what it does. It expects an argument as a binding as an argument. Alright, so now once we checked everything, we can try to query the string by that argument and evaluate all that into the length of that string, but we do not keep track of the length of the strings, if you know what I mean. So we're gonna put something like assert false. Len fun call evaluation is not implemented yet. And let's do len is gonna be to do. Okay, so this is what we have here. Let's try to compile that. And what does it say? Exp has no member as fun call. Exp value? That's what I have to do? I think that's what I have to do. Exp value. Yeah. So it has to be value as. And since it's a pointer, it has to be dereferenced and stuff like that. Okay, I see, that makes sense. So now I have to just select all of that and query replace this thing with exp value as fun call. Yeah. Exp value as fun call, like this. So yeah, that wasn't really that bad. And we don't have that function. Okay, so the time has come to introduce that function. Maybe it's just an internet, but most Russian women I've seen are beautiful. Soviet eugenics. I'm joking. It's a joke. It's a joke. Alright, so function call what? Let's introduce that. Function called args len, and what we're gonna accept here is arguments. So it's gonna return the size of this entire thing. So let me see. Parse sum from tokens. And here is the simple thing. So we're gonna have a result, and then while args not equal null, we are incrementing the results and doing args next. So this is how we calculate the length of the argument, because it's a linked list. Okay, so Has no member export. So function call args. Fun call. Oh, it's called value. I see. Cool. So yeah. That's a very good question. That's a very good question. So we're do the parsing, right? So that means I need to do result kind expr kind fun call, right? Expr kind fun call. And now we need to allocate a function call. Maybe I need to so here's a function call, and we need to do the following. So arena alloc, and I have to use bosom arena. So I'm going to use bosom arena in here. So we can just put everything there. And I probably want to mem set. Do I mem set in the arena already? I think I do. Arena alloc. Yeah, I already. Do I mem set? No. Wait a second. This is not arena alloc. Where is arena alloc? So I just find some stuff, and yeah, there we go. So I never actually mem set to 0, but should I do mem set to 0? I think I kind of want to always mem set to 0, that specific thing. So let's actually do that. So it's mem set result 0, and size is going to be just the size. So we always mem set to 0. So in how many places we do mem set? So here's the load program, we just do mem set. So we create a region, we also mem set it. When we allocate a thing, we also mem set it, and that's it. We never mem set anywhere else, because we never really cared anywhere else, so that makes sense, kind of, I think. Okay, so we know for sure that this thing will be mem set. Where are all code highlights? Here they are. Here's the code highlights. So yeah, it's highlighted. I don't know why people say that my code is not highlighted. It's highlighted, obviously. So I know. You can clearly see highlighting. Don't you see it? Alright. So as fun call, and in the fun call we also have a name, right? And the name is essentially the name of that token. So it's a kind name. Token elements, yeah, token elements text, and after that I can essentially put this thing here. So that's highlighting on the comment, not code. Well, comment is not part of the code. What about string literals? They're not code? What? How does that make any fucking sense? Alright, so value as fun call and args. Maybe we need to do parse fun call args. So, and we have to provide the tokens. We have to provide the arena, we have to provide the tokens and file location. Arena, tokens, location. Yep, they're not cut. You can remove all strings and the behavior won't change. Exactly. But what about the preprocessor directives? Are they not code as well? What are you guys talking about? Are you guys okay? Like, I do have highlighting. Why people say that I don't have highlighting? I clearly do have highlighting. It's just... Alright, so we need to introduce a function. Maybe you just have issues. Yes, that makes sense. I just have issues. By the way, the music is too loud, I think. So let me try to build everything. So arena, Ariane, not Ariane, but arena. Do we have anything else? So it's just an arena. I also have to provide the size. So size of fun call. So I'm allocating the fun call. It's a very fun call. Parse. So it's gonna be fun call args, which is a pointer, and we have to provide this entire shite. Cool. Thank you, Rodriadis, for putting ironic at the end of the sentence. Your Twitch chat is highlighted. Your mom is highlighted. God, I'm sorry. Kill. Did we say that simultaneously? I think we said that simultaneously. All right. Holy shit. I've seen this word before. Oh, that explains it, okay. From tokens. Parse some... Yeah, here it is. So I'm gonna... Oh, I love how fast and responsive Emacs is. It's just so pleasant to work with. Holy shit. It's difficult to explain how happy I am. It's just like... It's just so fast and responsive. Oh my god. Anyways, so what do we got? So function call. And how are we gonna approach that? So first thing we expect in tokens, right? So tokens, 200 FPS, yes, exactly. So elements, first of all, we want to take a look at the count. If count is is less than 1, right? So and or token lm's kind not equal token kind kind what? I think name, right? Token kind name. Actually open parent. Yeah, open parent. Right. We're gonna say that expected open parent. Printf std error. Put it like that. fl fmt error expected s. Token kind name, token kind open parent. So, and also I want to put it like that. So, and now I'm also gonna exit with just 1. Cool. So that's definitely will require abstracting things away, but not for now. Okay, and then we do the TV chop left, where I provide tokens, and I chop a single token out of that. Okay, I checked everything. Now, so the next thing we expect, is either something else or not. So we expect the expression. Since, so what we're trying to parse? We're trying to parse something like this, right? We're trying to parse something like this. So that means we need to check for very specific tokens, right? So we're gonna organize a loop. That iterates through all of these arguments until it sees this token, right? Until it sees this token. Or maybe it sees tokens that it never saw before or something. It's kind of strange. So when does it stop? we stop while tokens elements tokens count is greater than 0. So we continue doing that until we have something, and the current token that we have here is not closing parent. Is not closing parent. This one is complicated. Okay, so chat, why are you dead? Is everything okay? Is everything okay? What everyone is doing? I can't resist the feeling of putting thermal paste on your bald head. Sorry. Why are you sorry? It's not like you're capable of doing that anyway. Don't be sorry for something that you're incapable of doing physically, because you cannot reach me. We are probably on different parts of the earth. So, I'm not dead, I'm just killing patients. We don't approve of killing patients in this Christian Twitch community. So, yeah. And I'm just doing recursive descent, trying to parse some shit. The question is, if now, if the next token, right, if, shit. So, okay, this particular code, chopped off this entire thing, which is nice, right? Now we either have this kind of situation or this kind of situation. So I feel like I'm trying to come up with the loop that will handle this situation generally, but it's kind of difficult, so I'm gonna just not do that. If tokens count is greater than 0 and tokens elements kind is equal to token kind closing parent, then we're gonna instantly return null, right? So that means the argument list is null, right? So basically this is what we handle. We handle this particular situation. We just handle this particular situation. Next, maybe this is a good case for do while, right? You know what I mean? A good case for do while, because we need to, you know, handle this thing. So it's gonna be do while, and I don't know what kind of condition I'm gonna have here, but I need to parse an expression. How are we gonna parse the expression? So maybe first I need to allocate fun call arg, a single fun call arg. So this is gonna be like this, and I'm gonna do arena alloc size of fun call arg. So I just allocated a single fun call argument, and fun call arguments, they usually have well, they have the value and the next. So we're trying to parse the value. So parse expression from tokens. So we provide the arena, the rest of the tokens, and location. So that updates the tokens and gives us the value. It gives us the value. So and after that, right. So essentially we parsed this thing, and the next token that we expect after that is comma, right? And if it's not a comma or parent, we have to report an oopsie doopsie. You know what I mean? Okay, so that means we have to do if token count less than 1 or tokens element kind not equal token kind comma, or tokens element kind not equal token kind closing pattern, we have to report an oopsie doopsie, right? So how are we going to report it? We're going to say that we expected comma or closing pattern. Pretty straightforward. So we're going to say expected that or that. And we're going to just simply put all of that thing in here. Expected that, token kind name, token kind comma. There we go. Looks pretty cool. Can I actually do something like that? This didn't really work correctly, but if I put it like that, still looks like shit, but maybe it's better than nothing. Maybe it's better than nothing. It still wants to align it like that. Okay, is that a good formatting? Because that's what A-Style wants me to format it to. I'm not sure if the chat, like if the Twitch is dead or something, but the chat is dead. Can you add expect token method or macro? Maybe I can, but not right now. I'm in the middle of designing this entire thing. Alright, so yeah. And now, when do we stop? When do we stop? This is a good question, actually. Say something controversial. I don't know. JavaScript is better than Rust? Is that controversial enough? It is. Did it trigger you on that? I'm sorry. Alright. Cool. So, count and that, and so what's gonna be the next thing? So I expect these things, and if it's a comma, I wanna chop it, but when do I chop it? When do I chop it? And the thing is, if I chop it, alright, if I chop it, how do I know? Alright, so I can probably do it like this. So there's gonna be a token TV chop left, token 1, right? And then I can use while token kind. Oh, and about thank you for gifting tiers 1 sub to 9. Thank you for supporting the channel. Thank you. Alright, token kind, so what is that? While it's not equal closing pattern. Okay. So we keep iterating while it's not equal to closing pattern. And once it's equal to closing pattern, this one is interesting. So maybe while it is equal to comma. Yeah, so we're gonna continue while it's equal to comma. Once it's not equal to comma, we stop and we double check what the hell is that. And we double check what the hell is that. And the question is what the hell is that? Alright, so maybe this token has to be defined in here. So token. So we're gonna define it like that. Token. So, and then if token not equal token kind, not equal token kind closing pattern. We can say that expected closing pattern. Can I actually move this thing to here? That would be kind of cool, I think. So essentially, yeah, not really. I don't really know. So we can say that expected that thing. Expected a closing pattern. Oh yeah, I actually made a mistake. It's actually closing pattern. It's actually closing her. So it's pretty complicated, but if it works, so does it really matter? Probably not. Okay, let's try to compile this entire thing. So what was it? What was it complaining about? I think, yeah, it was complaining about something else. One more time. Okay, so, and what's the problem here? So it's yet again something about FMT, FML. Oh yeah, I have to provide the location. Yeah. So first comes the location, FL arg location. Oh shit, yeah. So I did a pretty bad oopsie doopsie. So I have to be a little bit more careful. And then also I have to put FL arg location in here like that. And also I have to put the location. Yeah, I completely forgot to put locations anywhere. Okay, cool. So let me see. Does it compile? Token. It's not a pointer. Token is not a pointer. Token. Wait. Tokens. It has to be tokens. All right. Token kind. Okay, this is a very interesting point. We don't have a token kind. Chat is dead again. Am I not controversial enough to talk about something? Like, So, okay, recursive descent is better than Yak or Bison. Prove me wrong. Go ahead, prove me wrong. So... not controversial, yeah, it's not controversial. No Yak or Bison, please. Okay, so I'm gonna put that in the title. I didn't even know what a recursive descent is. Let's actually try to Google that. Recursive descent. Parsing. So essentially you have a grammar, like BNF grammar, like this. So instead of using like Yak or Bison to generate code that parses according to this grammar, you can actually take this grammar and translate it directly to the code, like this. Seriously, for each grammar rules, you can consider each grammar rule as a function that accepts a sequence of tokens and calls other functions to process other sequence of tokens, and this is how it works. So you see factor, you check for the next token, and if it starts with a very specific token, you call the other function that represents other rule of the grammar, and that's it. So that's the whole thing. It's actually pretty straightforward. So recursive descent is just a glorified regular expression parsing. Controversial enough? Not really. I think you can parse more structures with the recursive descents than with the regular expressions. The thing about regular expressions, they can only parse regular expressions. Believe it or not, that's exactly why they're called regular expressions. So it's kind of difficult to parse recursive structures with regular expressions because the recursive structures are irregular. While with recursive descent, on the other hand, you can parse irregular expressions. Does this make sense? Has anyone read a compiled book before? They're damn Resident Sleeper. Recently I learned that there is a trick to that. Apparently, you're supposed to skip a chapter about parsing. Believe it or not. Literally, so I think it's Bridgewater who actually suggested that. So if you want to read the compiled book, just take it and fucking rip off the chapter about parsing, like completely, just throw it fucking off, use recursive descent and read the rest of the thing. And that way these books become actually bearable. At least so I heard. I never tried that technique, so I probably should try it at some point. Yes, exactly. Alright, so we have a new kind, so I introduced a new kind of the expressions. In the case token kind comma, I think, right? And in this case we're gonna just return comma, and there we go. So iteration, okay, so now if something starts with comma, I think it is not particularly correct in this context. Yeah. Cool. Think tokens, anything else? And TV chop left does not return as token. Oh, it returns a token view, I see. It returns a token view, so that probably means I have to do something like elements. Elements 0? I guess that's what I need to do. Okay, so we have a control reaches the end, which is kind of strange. Like, why do you think it reaches the end? Did I forget to... Yeah, I forgot to do a return somewhere. So, okay. Otherwise, I have to say that we don't have such function. Alright. Error. Unknown. Unknown. Translation time function, and we're gonna provide, I think, svfmt. So here's the location, arity, sv arg, and it's gonna be a name. So expression. So I need to go somewhere here. Here's the name, 17 back, and there we go. Does it work? It seems to be working. Every time I look up parsing and syntax, I feel like it's more verbose than people claim programming languages are. Yes, it is. It fucking is. Parsing is what I would call an oversolved problem. So it's an oversolved problem. Okay, so this is where we do that, and I forgot to return the result. Thank you, compiler. Very cool. Anything else? Anything else? Okay. Cool. So we're parsing function call arguments. That's very nice. So, but now I need to actually append this entire stuff. Yeah, so we're gonna have fun call arg begin, right? So it starts like this. Starts like this is gonna be like a null, and then we're gonna have maybe first and last. First and last. Yeah, goddamn. So because I need to be able to append them at the end. So yikes, which is kind of understandable, I suppose. Alright, so here I have arg. If first equal to null, that means I just do first equal to arg and last equal to arg, and everyone is happy, right? Otherwise, last next equal to arg, and last itself also equal to arg. There we go. So that's how we're gonna do that, and after that you just return the last one, and there we go. That's pretty cool. And it does compile. Okay, so I think we learned how to compile function calls. I think we learned how to compile parse function calls. Did I return? Yeah, I need to return first. Yeah, you're right. Thank you so much. First. So I'm thinking maybe I should introduce like a linked list type that maintains first and last and has a method push, because I feel like I'm gonna be repeating that very often, but I'm not sure yet. Right, all of that seems to be compiled, so let's go back to main C and let's introduce like a bunch of these things. So it's gonna be F, A, B, GC, and let's try to actually, you know, print the expressions, if you know what I mean. Let's try to print the expression recursively. Let's introduce something like print expr, which will accept the expression, and just fucking print it somehow, hopefully. Let's call it dump. So in which format we're gonna do all of that? That's a good question. In which format? I wanted to think about that. I think I know. All right, so let's do bm.h parse expression from SV. So that's what we do here. Parse expression from SV, and parse an expression actually requires an arena. So let's actually introduce the arena. In here, it's going to be 0 initialized. And this entire thing requires something like this. So it's going to be arena. So it's a pointer to the arena. The source code is going to be SV from systor source. So expr. So I want to also put it like that. So file location, we don't really care about location, so we have a fake location. Cool. So after that, I want to just dump the expression. Dump expression like this. Cool. So let's see how it's gonna go. We need to do switch upon expression kind. And the question is, how many kinds do we have there? Dump expression static, sure. Okay. Expression kind, and let's put it like this. Function call 7, and it's gonna be 6. Query replace this like this, and 6 and 6 case. In case of a binding, I think we're gonna just, if we're just printing it, how are we gonna print it? Okay, should be all right. So it's gonna be print f. It's gonna be svfmt, sv arg expression as binding, and then we have to get the name of it, and then we just return from this entire thing. Or maybe just break. I mean, why not? Just break from it. If it's integer, float, char, string, yeah, we also have to properly print them. Okay, if it's a string, integer literal, we're gonna do, I suppose, pri u64, or maybe i64. Yeah, u64 for now, at least. Expr as lit int. Is it value? I don't remember, to be fair. It's gonna be break. And now print f lf expr as float, as lit float value, and this one's gonna break. So then we're gonna have a char, hello heller33, hello. Print f, and this one is gonna be just a character, expr as lit char value. It's gonna be break, and then string. So it's gonna be something like, I think it's not s, but rather svfmt, because it's gonna be svfmt. Expression as lit str value, and then we're gonna break. All right. Binary operation. Okay, this one is interesting. So we can try to print binary op. And yeah, essentially we're gonna just do expression as binary op. So, but does it have to be a pointer? Maybe I'm gonna dereference it from a pointer. Okay, and similarly, I'm gonna have print fun call expression. Actually, yeah, expression as fun call, and then break all of that, and then we're gonna have default saying that assert dump expression unreachable. essentially, and then we can maybe exit one. It's not really needed, but I know that it fails on MSVC, so it's better to actually put exit one there. Alright, so this is how difficult it is to print a fucking expression, okay? Because you have to iterate through all the different kinds and whatnot, and it's just expression has no as binding, really? Yeah, it has to be expression value. Yeah, fucking damn it. Alright. Expression value. Are you happy now? Binding name. It doesn't have a binding name apparently. So as binding. Oh, as binding is straight up. Okay, so that means you have to do that like that. Alright, that makes sense. Is it not? Shit. I forgot that you don't have to unwrap any of these types. Alright, that makes sense. Expression image, yeah, exactly. Alright, is it okay now? Yeah, it's varg. So that's what we have to have here. Yeah, now we need to have this kind of function, so we're gonna call them dump. Dump binary operation. Cool. So dump binary operation will take a binary operation. Nothing special, right? Static. The thing about binary operation is that you should also check its type, binary OP. Actually kind, right? So it's gonna be switch OP kind, and right now we have only one kind of the binary operation, it's OP plus, but it's better to check that kind because in the future we're gonna add more things, and you don't want to forget to update this specific place in here, right? So it's gonna be printf. Right, and what we're doing here, we are dumping expression on the left, right? We're just dumping expression on the left, nothing special. Then printf plus, and then we dump an expression on the right. That's it. So that's the whole thing. I'm gonna break on that, and the default situation is that this thing is probably unreachable. So assert false dump binary OP unreachable. There we go. Also exit one. It's for MSVC, by the way. MSVC complains if you don't put exit one here. I know that it doesn't make any sense because assert, but MSVC do be like that sometimes. So so binary OP. So does it have anything? Dump expression. Okay, we need to forward declare this entire thing. And since we're forward declaring it, maybe I don't need to make it static because we're forward declaring it. So that should be okay. Okay, OP, yeah, OP left. So this is gonna be like that. And something like that. So, alright. Is that what it is? Cool. Now I'm gonna do a function call. Great. Without even boot at all. Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking weird. So we're gonna have a fun call. Ooh boy, okay, so we have to do print svfmt, svarg, fun call name. There we go. So we printed name. Then we need to print f this thing and then closing thing. Alright. So after that we need to start iterating over the arguments. How are we gonna iterate over them? Well, it's gonna be fun call arg equal fun call args. While it's not equal to null, we do arg next. So we're iterating over a linked list. Hopefully. I wonder if that will... doesn't work properly, so I'm gonna keep it like that then. Alright, so here's an argument, and what I need to do here is essentially just dump expression arg value, and that's it. But what's funny is that... when do I stop printing commas? So I might actually print like comma in here, like this, but when do I stop? I think I stop when the next arg is null. If arg next not null, if we still have something next, I don't care. Jian, what's up? What's up? What's up? How are you doing? Really glad to see you. Okay, guys. So tokens, unused variables tokens, let's just remove that shit. Okay. Unknown token starts with dot. That's very interesting. So can we just parse this thing then? Expected plus but found closing paren. Okay. So that means we did a fucky wucky. But apart from that, it looks okay. Just got from a project meeting for a very Monka X project. Oh. What do you mean by Monka X? Is really scary or secret or some? I don't know. Should I be scared? Wait a second, I think my Shatirina is actually broken. Just a second. It doesn't show the... Ah! That explains it. Fucking classic. Welp, just a second then. Thank you, Chaterina. Like it's at the right moment. I mean, it's actually Twitch, I think. Right? It's more of a Twitch problem. Oh my god. It expired at the right moment, and I'm thinking like nothing is updating. So manage accounts, add a new account. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. So did it work? Please tell me that it worked. Okay, where's Chaterina? Oh, it's so confusing. Holy shit. Okay. Alright. I'm doing that on a very small screen and I'm afraid that I can forget something. Alright, so yeah, seems good. Seems good. Hope I'm not gonna link anything. I can see everything. I can clearly see everything. Alright. Okay, and I was thinking, like, I'm already streaming for 4 hours because my my timer has stopped, and I thought that I was streaming like for 3 hours or so. Already streaming for 4 hours. I should probably wrap up already. But yeah, I'm not gonna do that right now unless I finished everything. So let me try to see parse funcall args. Right, funcall args. Where are they? So if count, okay. I wish I knew where exactly it failed. So parse funcalls. So what do we call that? Yeah, we should not do that then. Yeah, that makes sense. Because the funcall args for some reason expects open parent. Yeah, I decided to make it expect open parent. Expected open parent. But that's exactly what I did, didn't I? That's exactly what I did. So, okay, so if it's an open parent, if the next one is an open parent. Oh shit, yeah, so I need to chop off that thing before I start, before I start continuing, so that should be okay. Maybe I should debug that. Let's try to debug that. I think that's gonna be okay. GDB main, and I'm gonna break at this specific thing, and I'm gonna just run it, and let's take a look at what we got. So let me take a look at the tokens. Maybe this kind of thing. Tokens, we have 3 tokens, which makes sense. It's an open parent, A, and closing parent. So count if less than 1, or kind not equal parent, we should exit. Okay, so is okay. So what about tokens now? Now it has 2. if tokens greater than 0 and the next element is closing parent, we exit. Okay, so that's fine. So now we have a single token in here, and I'm allocating stuff in here. Let me take a look at the tokens right now before we go. So this is 2, and the first element is token name. So we should be able to parse an expression there. And we couldn't, so it couldn't parse the proper expression there. Expected plus but found closing parent. Okay, maybe that's exactly what I need to do here. So parse sum, yeah, parse sum from tokens. So I think that's the main problem here. Essentially what I have to do, I just have to if count not equal 0 and this thing is equal to plus, only then do that. Otherwise just stop parsing. Okay, just stop parsing. Yeah, this is the parser for compile time bindings as well. Yeah, so we are introducing function calls, right? We want to be able to do the following thing where I can define a string, hello world, and then I want to push the length of that string. So I want to be able to do this kind of stuff. Yeah, and to do that we need function calls. So I'm just parsing this entire stuff. And function calls, of course, may have several arguments and stuff like that. So, and then we're going to have more compile time functions. Furthermore, maybe we'll be able to define our own functions, like f of x, and then I can say it's len of x or something. I don't know, we'll see. And once we will be able to define our own these kind of functions, we may introduce recursion. Why not? So, and you're gonna have a functional compile time language, which everyone is gonna hate. All right. Because everyone hates, like, you know, these built-in functional programming languages because they never do what you want. They never do what you want, and you spend shit ton of time like just to making them do something. Yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna implement. All right, so I think if you have something in tokens and token is plus, you chop off that token and you parse this, everything else. If it's not, you just stop parsing and let the rest of the thing to work itself out. All right, so hopefully that will work. Closing parent or comma. Okay, so this is actually a little bit better. So parse fun call args. So where's this function? Closing parent of or comma. So yeah. So you parse this entire thing, and if this thing is less than 1, you don't have anything. I mean, you could probably just say equal 0, and or token is not equal to comma, or nah, I think it's not that useful. I think this is kind of dumb. So yeah, I think we need to remove that. Okay, then you chop off that token off of this thing, unless, yeah, I think we need to add it like this, so it has to be just that. Yeah. So you check whether it's 0, expected, or that, then you chop it off, and if it's not common, only then we check in whether it's a closing parent, and yeah, that makes sense. I think that should there we go, we managed to do that. So we managed to parse this f of a. Nice. Now, if I add more arguments in there, like f and b, and unknown token starts with dot. Cool, thank you very much. So I thought I actually handled that, but apparently I don't handle that. So token equal to that. Why does it think that it's... all right. So let's try to debug that now. So I'm gonna break on parse funcall args. Parse funcall args, and let's just run it. And it's gonna be to enable. Did I break on it? Oh, GDB. Didn't I say break? Why didn't it break there? Okay, it actually failed before it could go in there? It's a Lexin error. Ah, yeah, thank you. Holy shit, yes, I'm already passing away. Alright, so thank you so much. So apparently there is a reason why you're VIP. Yeah, there is a reason why you're VIP. Thank you so much. Alright, so there's a comma, kind, comma. There we go, now it works. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Okay. Nice. Main.c, and maybe we want to introduce like nested things. How about some nested thing? And it can also do nested things. Nice. That's actually pretty cool. You can also do nested function, call parsing and whatnot. You can also probably do some kind of this stuff. Yeah, all of that is working. So, and to demonstrate that it's working, I can just change it like that. And it still adds the spaces in there because the printing function adds the spaces. Alright, that's pretty cool. So, and now how do we interpret a len function? Right, so we specifically look for len, here it is. Yeah, here's the assertion, len func call evaluation is not implemented. Right. So we have a single binding, and we need to basically query the length of the string by its name. So should be pretty straightforward as we like add more and more strings. So boson push string to memory. So here's the function that does that. And on top of pushing it into the memory, we can also push information about the length of the string to some sort of like a register, right? So it's going to be name to length of the string. And then this len function will just query that for the compile time, if you know what I mean. Yeah, so, but before we're going to do that, I want to make a small break because I really need to pee. Holy shit. I think it's doable. And once we have this mechanism, it should be pretty fucking easy to make more and more compile time function that query information about the environment, right? So maybe, I don't know, what else can you have? What else can you have? Well, I can't think about much, but yeah. Macros. It depends on what you mean by macros. I don't know what you mean by macros in this particular context. Because if you think that in our case, let me show you. You probably assume that we have a preprocessor, right? You may be assuming that we have a preprocessor here, but this is not a preprocessor. Or you mean Lisp macros. But Lisp macros make sense if you have an AST. In our language, we don't have an AST unless it's a compile time expression. So here's the thing. So our language is an assembly with different instructions, and you only have an AST inside of the operands for compile time evaluation. So it's kind of a weird language, which you probably have to document because it becomes more and more difficult to explain people what it is. So I need to properly document everything. No AST. We do have an AST, but only for expressions, compile time expressions. The actual runtime is just a sequence of instructions. So it's a really weird, how to say that? Assembly. Maybe there will be a compile time function that takes the size of the whole program, right? Because we have two pass translation. So first pass just collects all of the compile time information, and then we have deferred expressions. And maybe for those deferred expressions, we can provide the size of the final program, and maybe something can be computed based on that size at some point. So we can do tricks like that very easily. So yeah, small break. After the small break, we're gonna finish all of that stuff and so on. One more time. Have fun. What is up, Epic Gamers? How's it going? Welcome back. So, now, when we push a string to a memory, we know its size, but we don't know its name. Right, so this is the second time I already have this problem. Push a string to a memory. Huh. Okay. So, you may not know that. Fuck. I like how gamer makes it sound like playing games is not waste of time. Depends on the definition of waste of time. How do you know whether you wasted time or not? I think maybe there is no like objectively wasted time. Everyone decides it for themselves, right? All right. So, yeah. This is more complicated than I expected, actually, because len could be an expression. An expression could be evaluated to a string address. Okay. We can associate an address with the length of the string, sure. And binding is usually evaluated once, right? So binding usually is evaluated once, so it's not gonna add more shit into it. So where is the binding? Yeah, okay. So yeah, it has a binding status. Once it's evaluated, it's gonna always evaluate into the string itself, into the address of the string itself, it's not going to reveal or revalidate all the time. Twitch time is even worse than playing stupid games because you're not even playing. I usually, to be fair, personally, I don't know how it is for other people, but when I watch Twitch, I watch Twitch for not for the games, but for the streamer usually. So, yeah, I don't know. And I think it's true for the majority of people. Usually the game by itself is not as interesting as the person. Watch Twitch for the time. Thank you. Alright, so let's go in BM. So we have memory, so this is where we push all of that, and we need to introduce like a mapping. I don't know how it's going to be called, but it's a mapping from instruction address, inst address, to the length. So it's going to be maybe something like uint64 length, string length. All right, string length. And string length, and I think it should be actually in bosom rather. So here's the bosom, I'm gonna put it somewhere here. So here's the string length, and when we are appending all of that, right? How is the hacking going today? I guess it's okay. It depends on what you mean by hacking. String length. String lengths and bosom, string lengths capacity. Like, who, English people, how do you live with this combination of sounds? Is it really convenient to say it like that, really? Lengths. SMH my head. English people. I'm joking. I think it's this combination of sounds is kind of okay once you get used to it. So basically, you have to slide your tongue from the teeth, like yeah, it's similar to sixth. Did I do it? I think I did it. Sixth. Strength. To be fair, like Russian sounds are even more brutal than that. So, Russian sounds are so difficult. I cannot pronounce all of them. Slavic languages aren't ones to speak about difficult pronunciation. Let's be honest. True, but at least Russian has less vowels, okay? So the amount of vowels in English is fucking insane. Like, why do you need so many vowels? So, I don't know. So string length. Ask an English speaker to roll an R. You mean R or Russian R? Which one? R. So, yeah, that's a like literally a Russian sound. In Russian language we have sound R, and I have difficulty pronouncing it casually. I can pronounce it intentionally, but I cannot pronounce it casually in a speech. It's difficult for me. So Raul, I'm sorry. So string lengths, and we need to introduce this. Define bosom. Okay, so this is where we're gonna define it. Define string length capacity 124. Let's just put it here. I lived with 4 Chinese boys once, and they said they couldn't roll the R's. Yeah, like, I mean, I'm Russian, I still find it difficult. And I couldn't even do that for a very long period of my life. Like, I only recently learned how to do it, like a couple of years ago. So so yeah, I wonder why Slavic languages are evolved this way. Is it because of the place where Slavs lived? So this kind of sounds like are easy to hear, like in the forest, for example, or something, maybe. And oh yeah, and another interesting thing is that non-Russian speakers cannot really distinguish the vowel E and U, right? So we have two vowel sounds, right? How do you... yeah, E and U. So, and what's the difference between them, right? So, yeah. E and U. Does anyone hear any difference between them? Because I was told that non-Russian speakers cannot hear the difference between them. Brazilians can differentiate M and N. Huh. Interesting. And by the way, this is a single letter, by the way. It's not two letters, it's a single one. And even in, you know, when you try to type it, it's just a single keystroke. I do, but it's not surprising, yeah. All right. Oh, you can hear the difference. Nice. E and U. All right. So what do we got? Yeah, when we are push string to memory. Right, push string to memory. We end up with a particular address. So this is a particular address. Is this sound that he makes when he comes? Yeah, basically, this is the easiest way to remember. I actually make a lot of Russian sounds. It's, yeah, that are very specific to Russians. Maybe that's what makes my speech interesting, probably. I hope so, at least. Aga. Ara. Aga. So. The fuck is going on? Okay. So, bosom, string length, and do I have string length size? I don't have. And what do we do here? We just say string length, and we set it to a particular address. And what's going to be the address? The address is the result, essentially, as U64. To be fair, maybe it would be better to keep it as... Do I keep it as a word? No, I keep it like that. Okay. And the length... string length. Yeah, I keep it as uint64. That should be alright, actually. Push string to memory. And the length is sv count. Alright, so, and after that, maybe after that I can just plus this entire thing. So we're basically pushing this thing here. Looks good. Can I compile this entire shit? It seems to be compilable. Now, when I do len, right, I want to be able to query string length by address, right? So that's essentially what we're doing. Bosom. So push string to memory, and then we can say word bosom string length by address. So I provide bosom, And what I have to provide, I have to provide the address. So I'm providing the address. Push string to memory, and I'm going to put this thing here. So I just need to implement this entire stuff. So, alright, so I'm iterating the string length. Bosom string length size. So, and if bosom string length I address equal address, I'm just returning length like this. Maybe I have to do word use64 and that's it. Otherwise, I think I need to complain that I couldn't do that. But to complain about that, I need to actually know the location. So, and I don't want to pass the location there. So I'm gonna actually do it like that. So it's gonna be length, and this is gonna be a boolean. So instead of returning, I'm gonna just do if length length. I'm hungry, chat. Holy shit. Okay, and then what I'm doing, I'm returning true. Otherwise, I return false, and this is where I'll be able to just eat. Just eat. Okay. Len. Cool. So, bye people. Nice work starting great. Bye bye, Howard33. See you around. So we have an expression, and it has to be, it doesn't really have to be a binding in my opinion. It has to evaluate to address of the string, right? So so that means we need to, so what's the function? Bosom x per eval, right? So I need to take the argument, right, this argument, and just evaluate it. Evaluate that shite. So it's gonna be bosom expression, it's not expression, but arg, and then this arg, I just take the value, and then I provide the location. So, and that should be the address. So this is the address. There we go. And okay. Now we can try to do the following thing. String length. By address. So I need this thing. Oh shit! And I actually modified the signature of this function, so I have to completely change it here. Yeah, that's true. What's up, Cerimon? Hello. What's up? What's up? How are you doing? So the length that we expect here is going to be that. So then we provide the address as use64, and then we provide the bosom. And if this thing did not work out, we have to say could not find this string. All right. Could not compute the length of string. Could not compute the length of string. Otherwise, we can simply return the length that we just got. Right, so we calculate address, and then we take a query the address length by the address, and that should work. So now, if I try to compile this entire stuff, yeah, let's put it this way. Cool. So seems to be working. Not gonna lie. Seems to be working. So I guess we introduced that. So let me see what we can do. So we have examples. Let's take a look at the hello example. Right. Thank you, Buyaka91112 for the beat. You're probably testing whether you have notifications for 1 bit. No, we don't. Okay, so let me see. So here's a hello. Let's have a test. Test bosom. So let's introduce const hello. Hello. Right, and what we're going to be pushing here, we're going to be pushing hello itself. Let's try to push hello itself and see what's going to happen. Before I'm going to push hello itself, I think I need to remove this entire shit and recompile literally everything. So I'm going to rebuild this thing and examples. So just rebuild examples as well. Okay, the whole tool chain seems to be compiling. Nice. And examples also seem to be compiling. Now, I'm going to introduce this test thingy. I also forgot to provide the entry. Did it say no entry provided? No, I didn't say that yet because I didn't try to do that. Okay, build bin bosom, test bosom, and the output is test bm. Let's see what's gonna happen, and I think you don't have to provide this I here. Okay, cool. So we've got the thing, and we do have a string hello in the data. Nice. Now if I try to do debosom on this entire stuff, yeah, we do have 0, which is the address of hello. Alright, now what if I add now push length of hello? How about that? Length of hello. We need to recompile everything, and then I'm gonna try to disassembly everything, and the length of hello is 5. Look at that, it computed it correctly, it computed 5. That's exactly what we expected. What's interesting is that if I try to provide something like hello by the way, build bin debosom test bm, it should complain, could not find binding hui. Okay, so only this will work. But what's interesting is that you can do this kind of stuff, right? So because hello is referring to address of the beginning, you can shift an address, right? So and if you shift an address, it will say could not compute the length of a string. And maybe we could provide more information, right? Maybe we could provide more information. I'm not really sure how more information we can provide, but we could try. So yeah, essentially we're mapping the address of the string to its length, and if you're trying to take the length of the address where we never actually put a string, it's not going to work. So we might as well also do something like world and do this kind of stuff. So we're going to push hello and world, right? So and the result is going to be 0 and 5, and this is because world starts after the hello, and even if you open BM here, you will see hello world at the end here. So yeah, the more you allocate strings, the more they get appended at the end. So that's how it works. So now we can try to push length of hello and then length of world, right? And what is it going to give us? It's going to give us 5, 5, so that makes sense. What's interesting is that now you cannot do hello plus 1. It will tell you literally could not compute the length of the string. But what if you take the address of the hello and you add the length of the hello, right? You add the length of the hello, it will basically compute into the address of world. So essentially, world is equal to hello plus length of the hello. Right, so, and that's absolutely valid. This is absolutely valid thing. I wish we also had like, you know, equals equals, so we can actually check that at compile time. Oh shit, we need to have something like assert. That would be kind of poggers, not gonna lie. So basically have conditions at compile time. Yeah, we do need a compile time assert. And let's actually see if it's gonna work. So let's see if it's gonna work. Could not compute the string. It didn't work. Oh shit. Huh. I was 100% sure that it would work, but it didn't. Huh. So we took hello, then... that's pretty sad, yeah. But world works. World works. What's funny is that, I mean, yeah. It's all equal to 5, so 5 didn't properly Huh. You think it would be +1? 0... Why would it be +1 though? No, it didn't work. I mean, +6? No, still not. It would work if... I think I did a strange fucky-wacky somewhere. So we do evaluate that thing. For sure, for sure. So... Okay. Imagine having assert and static assert in ASM. Well, in our case, we can only have static assert, and it's gonna be assert exactly. Yeah, it's not null-terminated, Jack. No, we don't have a null-termination. Yeah, it's not C. That's very strange. If you do 5. Wait, can I do this? But it works. That means I can just do lengths of hello. Could not compute the length of string. Why does it print that? Okay, so let's actually add additional information of why it couldn't do that. Right. Length at address PRI U64. So yeah. And we're gonna just provide an address as U64. Maybe I didn't return it correctly? I'm pretty sure I returned it correctly. Maybe I just didn't use it properly. So maybe I also need to rebuild everything. No build example. Examples. Could not compute the length of string at address 5. Was it because it was never pushed? This is so strange. So it's not available at that particular time. That's probably why. Wait a second. Okay, that explains it. Okay. And I know what exactly is going on here. Which is for the good, probably, but yeah. Essentially, we only add these strings to the memory. We only add them to the memory when a corresponding binding is evaluated. So, since these expressions might be evaluated in different orders, so I think at that particular point, when you try to evaluate this expression might not be evaluated yet. So yeah, and since I don't refer to this binding directly, it doesn't trigger evaluation of that binding. So that's why. Does it make any sense? Right, so this string is only added to the memory when this binding is evaluated. But when you try to do this binding is never evaluated because you never refer to that binding directly. Does it make sense? It's so dumb, I know, but I mean that's what it is. And probably you shouldn't use this kind of stuff. It's kind of dangerous, right? Yeah, but ideally it just has to be like this. You have to force the evaluation. I guess it's by design, at least so far. I guess. But yeah. Interesting. So it seems to be working. So that's the main point, at least. So we have capacity. We also have. Yeah, I'm gonna keep at address thingy. And yes, давай this. Maybe, yeah, probably. But I mean, it's not about unused const, because we did use const, it's just evaluated in a not correct order. So it was just evaluated in not correct order. Because the original thing was... I already removed it. God damn it, I have to now type it again. I already removed this entire thing. Okay, it was not that. So const hello world push hello world push lang hello lang hello. World is used. It was used. It's the order. It's not about unused or used. It's the order. And like we cannot enforce a particular order. Okay, hopefully that makes sense. All right. So what I was doing. I need to introduce tests for all of that. Yes. Now I need to go to the examples, hello, and in hello, right? So we have that, and this is 12 exactly, right? So this is 12. Yeah, okay, it's 12. I kind of want to rearrange the hello, right? So what I want to do here is just push hello. Push hello, push length hello, and just do a native write. There we go. So afterwards, I think I can push hello, push 10 and write 8 at that specific place. And then I can push hello, push 1, and do native write at that specific place. So that's a little bit easier to understand. It's a little bit more verbose, but it's a little bit easier to understand. So first we print hello, then we modify, we push like a new line instead of H, and we try to print hello, but already as a single character in here. So that would make sense. And you know what would be cool? It would be cool to assert that the length of the hello is going to be always greater than 0, because we assume that we allocated enough memory for an additional new line. So this kind of shit is dangerous because you're trying to write outside of the memory that you allocated. You know what I mean? So it will be kind of cool to have these kind of assertions at compile time. But we don't have that yet, but maybe I'm gonna do the following thing, where I'm gonna say to do no assert translation directive. There we go. So that's gonna be the idea. Right, that's gonna be the idea. And let's actually do the whole rebuild. So we're gonna try to rebuild all the examples and see how they go. So git hello rebuild. Hello seems to be rebuilt. Now I'm gonna do build bin debuzzer, build example hello pm, and let's take a look at what we've got. So where is the entry? Okay, so here's the entry point. So yeah, it's kind of useful that we indicate it here. So yeah, we place it. It's located at 30, which does make sense, and this is the size. And it's located at 30, we push 10, and there we go. Okay, cool. So now, on top of that, I want to do no build test and check if everything's okay. Everything seems to be okay. Everything seems to be okay. Everything seems to be passing. Might as well actually rebuild everything just in case. So rebuilding everything, then examples, and then testing, and there you go, chat. Isn't that amazing? I think it's goddamn fucking amazing, mate. Right. So... Oh shit, am I the wrong... no, I'm actually in the right branch. Introduce len translation function. And let's just push that right into the repo. Right into the repo, mate. I think I forgot to do FMT. Let me quickly try to do FMT. So it's going to be something like no build FMT. And did it change anything? Okay, it didn't even change anything. That's nice. Cool. Let's create a pull request. Let's create the pull request. And let's close this entire thing. Alrighty, so... Cool. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Okay, so let me do a snitcheroonie. Snitch report append body introduced in where 191. Okay, no assert translation directive. That's gonna be very fucking useful in my opinion. Right, and to actually make it useful, we'll need to introduce like a Boolean operators. Yeah, Boolean operations, like comparison operations, not Boolean operations, comparison operations. Yeah, and comparing numbers at compile time will be actually very useful to just check boundaries. You know what I mean? Just check boundaries. Yeah, maybe you will be able to make a simple type system in your assembly. I don't know. We'll see. And let's actually push that right into the repo as well. Okay, the assembly is maturing and becomes more and more interesting in my opinion. I think it's kind of cool, I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of cool. But unfortunately, boys and girls, it is time for me to go. Thanks everyone who's watching me now. I really appreciate it. Have a good one, and I see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna continue doing the same thing. Can I even type anything? I cannot type anything. Apparently I have to restart my entire Chatterina. I don't know why I cannot type. Did I got logged out yet again? Can I ping? Okay. So tomorrow we're gonna do the same thing, right? So virtual machine. Check out our schedule for more information on when the stream starts and stuff like that. Check out our VODs channel where we upload recordings of the stream. The stream is going to be there, but tomorrow. And check out our Discord server for offline discussion with the community. And yeah, see you all tomorrow, boys and girls. See you all tomorrow. Love you. Mwah.